Can the faculty coordinators confirm if we are good to go? Behind? Yeah. May I request all the students to settle down on the right side of the wing? May I request everyone to settle down behind? Good. So with the permission of all our dignitaries, Sir, Anand Sir. Good morning, VESCO. Couldn't hear you from behind. Good morning. Yeah, that's the spirit. So, firstly, warm greetings to everyone on account of the World Environment Day, which we celebrate on the 5th June every year. And as per our vision and mission and the practice that we have at VESCO, we celebrated yesterday by visiting to various places of interest and carrying further this enthusiasm and the fervor. Today we are meeting here to further the proceedings. Commemorating the same, a few thought-provoking quotes came to my mind of renowned personalities. Trees are poems that the earth writes upon the sky. This is Khalil Gibran, the famous poet. Frank Lloyd Wright, the architect, says, study nature, love nature. Stay close to nature and it will never fail you. And look what the great scientist Albert Einstein has to say. Look deep into nature, says he, and then you will understand everything better. So on this note, let us choose this movement of inward Chintan. I request everyone to join with folded palms so that we initiate with chanting Om 3 times. Om. Tamoso ma jyotirgamaya. May we be delivered from darkness to light. I would take this opportunity to invite and request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, to initiate and also further invite our honorable dignitaries to kindly grace the occasion in lighting the auspicious lamp. So if I may request Shri Suresh Malkani ji, Architect P.K. Das sir, Professor Harshad Bhatia sir, Professor Urmila Rajadhyaksha ma'am, Professor Samir Sheikh, and Dr. Mala Singh. While the lamp is been lit, we dispel the darkness with the light of knowledge within. Let's invoke Goddess Saraswati's blessings by listening to a melodious recital by our students, led by Jivika. Please. I'll request our dignitaries, Shri Suresh Malkani ji sir, Architect P.K. Das sir, Professor Harshad Bhatia sir, Professor Urmila Rajadhyaksha and our dear Anand sir to please grace the dais. Ma'am, may I request you to join us on the dais, please? If you can grace the dais. Yeah, please. Thank you to the volunteers. Thank you to Jivika and her team. So good morning once again, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, our guests, our faculty members, and all my beloved students. On behalf of our VAS Trust, the management, the VAS governing body, and our honorable principal, I take this opportunity to welcome you all at this most coveted and eventful gathering today for the next 2 days. The two-day conclave, Urban Living in Equilibrium with Nature in the City, with the main theme being Ecological Urbanism. This initiative by VESCO has been in support and association with the following reputed and established organizations, and we are very proud for that. So join me in expressing our deepest sense of gratitude to each of them and giving them a round of applause. We welcome IIA, Indian Institute of Architects. We welcome MASA, Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture. Anand sir is a representation from MASA as well. We also welcome ISOLA, Indian Society for Landscape Architecture, Landscape Architects, beg my pardon. Urmila madam here is representing the ISOLA. She is the president of ISOLA, ISOLA. We also welcome Institute of Urban Designers India, the IUDI, and we have architect Pallavi Kulkarni here, who is the president of the IUDI and representing IUDI. Madam, we welcome you. We also welcome Dr. Mala Singh, who is the chairperson of the Mumbai chapter of the Indian Green Building Council, the IGBC. So thank you to each of them. Moving further, myself, architect Mandar Dhuri, professor here at Vivekanand Education Society's College of Architecture, shall be your host for this segment of the inaugural and the first session to follow in this two-day event. Allow me to offer a very brief overview of the activities in these 2 days of the conclave. This conclave shall be initialized with the welcome note and a keynote address, followed up by 4 sessions. Each day will bring 2 sessions to us, which will have a varied group of speakers. Thus, along with the welcome note and the keynote, for the next 2 days we have 4 sub-themes, which will be concluding with a panel discussion after every session and been represented by around 14 panelists across these 2 days. So it's an opportunity that surely we all will relish and cherish. Honorable Principal, Sir Dr. Professor Anand Achari, in his welcome note, which will be shortly later, he shall introduce us the idea and framework of the conclave, followed up by the keynote, which will be delivered by renowned architect P.K. Das sir, which shall facilitate the essential connection to the various sub-themes to follow. These 2 days will surely serve as one of the best sensitizing and learning opportunities towards ecological urbanism for one and all present on the campus, as well as those who are engaged online with us for this memorable event. And now let's move ahead to a very brief introduction of our honorable dignitaries and guests. I shall also request a few of our guests to express your support to this cause of the conclave in a line or two. So firstly, allow me to introduce and we warmly welcome our dignitaries. I would request our Honorable Principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, to felicitate. Maybe request the volunteers. Firstly, our Honorable Keynote Speaker for the 2-day conclave, renowned architect P.K. Das sir. May I request Malkani sir to felicitate architect P.K. Das sir. We welcome you sir warmly. So Anand sir is felicitating architect P.K. Das sir with the coffee table book of the centenary celebration of Shri Hashu Advani ji, which was recently published. a special moment. Thank you. I would request Anand sir to felicitate Shri Suresh Malkani ji, our President, VS, Managing Committee and Managing Trustee, VESCO. Our beloved Shri Suresh Malkani ji, President, VS, Managing Committee and Management Trustee, VESCO. I would like to mention here Shri Rajesh Gyani ji, Secretary. Shri Suresh Malkani ji sir is here, but Shri Rajesh Gyani ji and Shri Prakash Lulla ji and Bansi Wadhwa sir have sent their best wishes. They couldn't come here because of commitments. Moving ahead, I would request Anand sir to felicitate our Professor Urmila Rajadeksha madam. She is also our coordinator. She is the Professor HOD of the MArch Landscape Architecture at Vivekanand College of Architecture and coordinator for this conclave, also the moderator for our session 3. We welcome you, ma'am. I would request Anand sir to felicitate Dr. Mala Singh, chairperson IGBC Mumbai. She is also our panelist for our session 1. Moving further, I would request Anand sir to felicitate Professor Harshad Bhatia sir, architect and urban designer, distinguished acustician, our governing council member, Professor Design Chair at VESCO, and also the co-convener of this conclave. We welcome you, sir. Big hand for our Professor Architect Samir Sheikh, who has just joined us. I'll request Anand sir to felicitate Professor Samir Sheikh, architect, urban designer. He is professor and HOD of the MArch Urban Design Department, coordinator for the conclave, and also our moderator for the session 1. May I request Professor Harshad Bhatia sir to felicitate our beloved Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, Principal, VESCO, Member and Secretary of VESCO, Convener of the Conclave. Harshad sir, if you can. Please. Come on. We also extend our warm welcome to the respected dignitaries, our panelists for the sessions which will follow ahead, the panel moderators, all of them who are seated here with us at present, and also those who will be joining us for these 2 eventful days ahead. I'm also extending our warm welcome to all our invited guests who have registered today, along with the directors, principals, deans and the HODs of various institutions at VS and also across Mumbai. We are also extending our warm welcome to all our viewers who have joined us through the online medium. So welcome to each one of you. Let's have a big round of applause and extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, our invited guests, for gracing this special moment and occasion. Can I request Architect Pallavi Kulkarni to join, please? Madam, if you can grace the dais. Here, please. I'll request our Principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, sir, to felicitate Architect Pallavi Kulkarni, ma'am. Architect, urban designer, she's the president of IUDI and also our panelist for the first session. May I request you, ma'am, to speak few lines, 2 words on our association.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pallavi Kulkarni. I am here especially in this conclave in the capacity of President, Institute of Urban Designers, India. IUDI is the only association of urban design professionals pan-India. I'm going to talk about it more tomorrow. But I just want to thank VESCO for their support to IUDI since past almost 10 years. We have been getting together here in Mumbai, and we have done a lot of brainstorming, lot of planning of how to move ahead with our activities here in Mumbai. VESCO has also recently been our institutional member, so we are hoping for a lot more interaction, a lot more engagement with VESCO and also with other academia, other institutes in Mumbai. I'm aware that there are representatives from other institutes here, so this is also for them. So let's look forward to this 2-day event, and we can talk more. I'm going to be around for some more time if you want to meet, and otherwise, thank you so much.
It's a special occasion as well with our association with the IUDI. I will request our volunteers to get the plaque ready. I'll request Anand sir with Malkani sir, Harshad Bhatia sir to join us for this very special moment. Samir Sheikh, Architect Samir Sheikh. Vivekanand College of Architecture has entered into institutional membership with the IUDI, and it's a very proud moment for all of us. Our students will be hugely benefited across BArch as well as the MArch, Urban Design and the Landscape Architecture department that we have. We warmly welcome this new association and look forward for a promising future. May I request Mala Singh Madam to speak 2 lines.
So good morning, everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais and such a spectacular audience. So I think IGBC, which I am representing as a chair Mumbai, I think you all know about that because we have done multiple programs and multiple interactions in the past with you. I know everyone knows what is IGBC, right? I need not to talk about. So let me just repeat again, Indian Green Building Council, which is a part of the CII. And we are so thankful to Vivekanand Education Society's College of Architecture for having us, repeatedly in all their programs, and so many collaborations, we have under the leadership of Dr. Professor Anandji. He is an executive member of IGBC as well of Mumbai. That's a lot of contribution. So I would say that the best wishes for this conclave, but when we talk about ecology balance, so it's not just theoretical things, but how you transform theory into actions. This is what I have observed that this institute is doing and taking the the way forward. And most of your students, you are doing so many plantation drives and so many community-driven initiatives, which I have been the witness myself in collaboration with IGBC. So I think it's more about action rather theory. So let's continue this collaboration, and let's move ahead and set a tone, for the better tomorrow. Thank you so much.
I'll also request Professor Urmila Madam to speak her mind.
So good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Is this better? Yeah. So good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, all of you here in the audience. I won't take too much of your time. Many of you know me as being part of VESCO, but there's one more side to me, which is being the president of the Indian Society of Landscape Architects. And with the beginning of our master's program last year, yes, we're just about a year old, VESCO and ISOLA have been working together hand in hand. I'm very happy to say that our program is recognized by ISOLA. The first step is already complete. We have our memorandum of understanding in place. We are looking forward to many such associations. Our students are in the process of completing their membership. And a little bit about what the Indian Society of Landscape Architects is. So, founded in 2003, it's the National Society for Landscape Architects in India. And being the National Society for Landscape Architects in India, it's also a member of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, which is an association of associations. So everybody who is a member of ISOLA also becomes a member of IFLA, as it is known. And we have been taking strides with that connection too. And very soon, in the month of November, in Mumbai, we are hosting the IFLA Asia Pacific region, to which ISOLA belongs, the regional congress. And you will come to know in due course. All of you would be welcome over there. Also, I'd like to stress a little bit on the role of professional associations and its connection with educational bodies. So when you enter the portal of an educational body, you are already on your way to becoming a professional. And I think all of you should consider being members of whatever professional bodies are open to you, whether it's ISOLA, whether it's IIA, IGBC, and IUDI, or whichever are open, because they are the gateways for interaction with people who are in the profession. And this is something which is particularly something I would suggest to all of you students out here. You get a chance to interact, you participate in events, you gain, you understand what is in the profession. So looking forward to our very first VESCO Conclave, and wish you all an enjoyable time today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have a very sound applause? You know, these energies help us to take to the next level. And I would request all our dignitaries to be a part with the audience here, please, if you can occupy your seats. May I request our volunteers to please guide them. I'll request the student volunteers to keep the chairs on the side wings. We will require the chairs now directly for the panel discussion. So if you can just keep the chairs and the tables in the wing. You know, till this is done, I'll just speak out. There's one more quote which I thought I'll probably bring to our notice here. It's from Aldo Leopold. Land is not merely soil. It is a fountain of energy flowing through a circuit of soil, plant and animals. Aldo Leopold was the father of wildlife ecology and a modern conservationist. He was a forester. He was a philosopher, a conservationist, an educator. And a very important factor about him is that he was also someone who was working with the commons. He was connecting the people with the forest, people with nature. So that's the relevance of citing out what he spoke some 80 years ago. So these words are an attempt to bring to our heart the essence of this unique theme of our conclave today, which is ecological urbanism. Taking this ahead, Let me now invite our Honorable Principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, to deliver the welcome note and take us that much more closer to understanding this conclave theme. We welcome you, sir.
Hari Om. Namaste to each and everyone. Good morning. I welcome all the respected dignitaries, esteemed keynote speaker, Architect P.K. Das, distinguished guests, and our collaborating institutes, Dr. Mala Singh Madam from IGBC, Architect Pallavi Madam from IUDI, Architect Urmila Rajadeksha Madam from ISOLA. Also the representative, myself as a representative of Indian Institute of Architects and also as a treasurer in MASA. And also our cherished, all our faculty members who have joined here. We cannot leave our bright students, enthusiastic students who are in the audience and also in the various classrooms where it is live streamed, and also to all the institutes who have supported us at their level and who would be also streaming at their various colleges and other professionals. I welcome each and every one. It is with immense pride and profound optimism that I stand before you today on behalf of VESCO to welcome you in the significant intellectual gathering. We are truly honored by your presence as we embark on these 2 days of critical disclosure and shared learnings at our conclave titled Urban Living in Equilibrium with the Nature in the City. This theme, which is under ecological urbanism, could not be more pertinent in our current global context. As humanity increasingly urbanizes, the quest for harmonious balance between our cities and natural world, it's a fundamental need for a well-being of humankind and the sustainability of the society itself. How we shape our urban environment today will profoundly impact the generations to come, determining the health of our planet and the quality of life for billions of people. For our beloved students, particularly at VESCO, we have diploma students, bachelors of architecture students, and our postgraduate students, both in urban design and landscape. This conclave offers a direct and profound engagement with the very essence of the future professional needs. You are the architects, designer and planner who will inherit the challenges and the privilege of crafting cities that are not just financial, but are vibrant, resilient and deeply interwoven with the natural ecosystem that sustains them. This conclave is designed to equip you with the insights and inspiration to become leaders in this transformative endeavor. An initiative of this magnitude was literally impossible unless this extended collaboration with various organizations like IIA, Indian Institute of Architects, Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture, Indian Society of Landscape Architects, ISOLA, Institute of Urban Designer, IUDI, and IGBC, Indian Green Building Council. Your partnership with VESCO not only enriches this event, but also signifies a powerful collective commitment from leading bodies of our profession to address the pressing concern of ecological urbanism. Together, we amplify our capacity to effect a meaningful change. Over the next 2 days, we will journey through a carefully crafted series of 4 sessions designed to explore the vast theme comprehensively. We will begin by examining the first session today morning post the keynote speak on nature in the city, understanding its intrinsic value and presence. We will then move on to learning from nature, seeking wisdom from natural systems to inform our design and philosophies. Our focus will then shift to the urgent need for climate change resilient cities in the third session, that would be tomorrow, a cornerstone of sustainable urban futures. And finally, we will collectively envision the future of cities, aspiring towards models that embody true ecological equilibrium. To our students and faculty and professionals, I urge you to come forward and be attentive to seize this unique opportunity with both enthusiasm and intellectual rigor. This conclave is more than a series of presentation. It is a fertile ground for deep learning. Engage with the ideas presented, questions and debate, and allow yourself a space for your growth. I repeat what I have been talking to my students with the word coined VCM, Vachan, Chintan, Manan. You have to be listening and reading, identify keywords which are very important through these series. Debate them in the panel discussion, that is Chintan Karo. Go back to your studios and in your professional life, you do that Manan, that you introspect what I learned and how do I apply these into my studio work or professional lives. Let these discussions spark new insights, challenge existing paradigm, and enhance your capacity to think creative and holistically about the urban future. At VESCO, our vision is to establish ourselves as a hub of excellence dedicated to creation of sustainable human habitat. This conclave is a significant step in that journey. It is an embodiment of our commitment to fostering critical thinking, promoting research, and cultivating a generation of professionals who would be not only skilled but also ethically responsible and environmentally conscious. The knowledge shared, the networks built, and the ideas germinated here will, we believe, contribute significantly to achieve this vision. I am confident that the expertise of our speakers and the active participation of attendees will make this conclave a resounding success. May our deliberations be fruitful, our interaction enriching, and our collective resolve to build a better urban future strengthened. I quote 2 quotations, identify them, that which you will help you build yourself. One by Margaret Mead: never doubt a small group of committed individuals that can change the world. In fact, it is the only thing that ever has. So don't think probably you are an individual who probably cannot make that change. Stand up, debate, discuss, and let people grow along with you. The other one, which is my very favorite, of Swami Vivekananda: take up one idea, make that idea your life, dream of it, think of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, muscle, nerves, and every part of your body be full of that idea. And just leave everything other alone, idea alone. This is the way of success, and this is the way great spiritual Jains are produced. Please take up, you through this 2-day series, you would come across many things, many ideas, many words. I suggest identify 50 words, write down keywords, go back, research on it, debate on it, discuss on it, and make sure that they become an integral part of that. Take one idea which you think is very important for you, which inspires you, which you would like to take it further in your career. And this is what I was talking to my guru yesterday, that this small idea will change your lives. What is that idea? You have to find within yourself. So take these 2 days, introspect yourself continuously, find what is that fire within you which needs to be looking at, and expand it to the level, and there is no limit to that expansion, what you can take your small idea. Believe in yourself. Each student has that ability, each teacher has that power, and you can change the world. With these words, I warmly welcome you all once again and declare this conclave on urban living and in equilibrium with nature in the city officially open. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear Anand sir, for your most endearing and very crisp kind of a pitch to open this conclave for all of us. Now it's time to connect ourselves with the key aspects of this conclave and its sub-themes, and to make us do exactly this. It's my honor to firstly introduce to all of us our keynote speaker for this conclave. May I request Architect P.K. Das. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I introduce our most distinguished keynote speaker for today, a visionary whose work resonates very deeply with our conclave core pursuits, which is achieving urban living in equilibrium with nature in the city. We are honored to have with us Architect P.K. Das, an architect activist renowned for his unwavering commitment for forging a profound connection between architecture, people, and the very sustainable ecology of our cities. For decades, architect P.K. Das has been at the forefront of critically rethinking and reshaping urban landscapes, championing participatory planning processes that empowers communities. His extensive work isn't just about buildings, it's about breathing life back into our cities by reclaiming public spaces, meticulously developing vibrant waterfronts, and passionately advocating for the protection and conservation of the vital natural areas. He has been instrumental in re-envisioning the future of cities like Mumbai, demonstrating how urban development can and must proceed in harmony with Mother Nature. His dedication to fostering a dialogue on the critical issues is further exemplified by his founding of an insightful e-journal, which is Question of Cities, a forum for nature, people, and sustainability. A title that itself could be a guiding principle for our discussions here. Recognized globally for his transformative impact, Architect P.K. Das's efforts, particularly in the development of Mumbai's coastline and his people-centric urban solutions, have earned him prestigious accolades, including the first Urban Age Award and the highly esteemed first International Jane Jacobs Medal from the Rockefeller Foundation, which is a testament of his influence on creating more livable, equitable, and ecologically conscious urban environments. Having shared his invaluable insights at forums worldwide, from the IFLA World Congress to the Urban Waterfronts Conference at Columbia University, he brings a wealth of experience and a compelling vision for the future of our cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to a true pioneer of ecological urbanism, Architect P.K. Das, as he delivers his keynote address here for us. Sir, we welcome you here to grace the dais.
Thank you. So you need some help with the pointer. You have a pointer here. Next time. And which is the pointer? Is this? Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm always very happy to meet students, talk to them, and be with them. And I always like the students to be in light, not in dark. You think we can switch on some of the lights? I can see you. It's all very dark at the back. The backlights. I don't see half the auditorium, people at the back. Yeah, that's wonderful. Hello, that's lovely. Nice, bright faces, and it's always very inspiring. Thank you. Mr. Suresh Malkani, our President VES and Managing Trustee VESCO, the faculty here, and all of you students and the dignitaries. I'm thankful to my friend Harshad Bhatia, the design chair here, and Dr. Anand Achari, the principal, for inviting me here to deliver this keynote address. Thank you. The title of my talk, can you go to the next slide? Sorry, I'll change here. Yeah, the title of my talk is Planning and Design Interventions Influence Change. A nature-led planning and development approach. That's basically the title. But this title, if you read, actually covers many concerns. Maybe too many concerns loaded into just that one title. And in this brief address, I will obviously not cover all its aspects and its diversity, but it is important to at least state the kind of extent of concerns that we are confronted with today in our cities in particular, in urban India in general, and what shall we do? And how do we intervene to influence change? So these are some of the key questions that come up, and this title in that sense is quite loaded, and the single approach to which we are now committed through our knowledge, through our skill set, through our education, and in whichever stream we are in or working or engaging ourselves in, is a nature-led planning and development approach. So that's in short the key objective. And with that key objective, I move forward to sort of talk about how the state of ecology and climate, people, and making of cities, and in ways they are connected with each other, are now under a tremor, are under a threat. Sadly today, this deeply connected and interdependent relationship are severed by the prevailing political order, thus putting us to confront complex challenges, including in our design engagements, that arise from exclusion, segregation, isolation, and individualization. I will in brief go through some of these big words that I mentioned that arise from exclusion, segregation, isolation, and individualization. And how by these phenomena that our relationships between people and between people and nature are being severed, are being segregated and separated. And that really is the crux of the issue that we are reflecting, and I'm happy to hear Dr. Ananchari talking about the objectives of this conclave, the two-day conclave that you have. I'm extremely happy to see the panel of speakers here. Some of them I know personally. They're all doing very important work in this direction. They're not just intellectually contributing, they're also activists in terms of intervening and influencing change. And I'm sure through long dialogues through the two-day conclave, you students in particular and us who are constantly learning, because these are not knowledge sets or skills or cultures of practice and engagement that we have historically continued with. We have to learn to create new ones, to take a turn from the path that we've been used to travel. Through the years of history of study of architecture, urban design, planning, and city and ideas about urbanism and cities. So we have to take a turn. We have to turn back maybe. We have to turn upwards, backwards, sideways, but we have to leave the path that we've been pursuing and that we've been forced to pursue and are continuing to be forced to pursue. So with these words, which sound very tall, it only reminds me that our continuing commitment to influence change must not die. And here is one agenda upon which we have to commit, and that is ecology and climate. And that is important because I don't have to say, all of you are aware, that it's no more a threat. It's already having devastating impact on the planet and therefore on our lives. And so with these words, I proceed further. Therefore, there is urgent need for us to collectively intervene. I would somewhat critically look at words of individuality or references that holds individuals as champions in some of our quotes and readings of our forefathers and pioneers. No, individual is not an icon, it's the collective which is an icon. For in collectives is where ideas germinate. That is where ideas are debated, discussed, and formed. And therefore, we have to break the tradition of this individualization of the individual as an icon and commit ourselves to working in larger and larger and larger groups of people, not just within our fraternity, but break those boxes and boundaries to go beyond, to intermingle with social movements, with cultural movements, with human rights movements. And from there we learn what the architectural brief or design brief can be and ought to be. For there it will be born there. So friends, we must contend, therefore, to end with the alarming phenomenon of the climate crisis that is critically affecting our everyday lives. We have no way out of this situation but to address it, as far as we are concerned, more specifically through planning and design ideas and practices. Our central objective in design must include and reflect a higher state of nature-people relationship. Building relationships collectively between people and nature that I already said must be an important mission. And design exercise should be an effective tool of intervention to influence change. So we have this tool. We are polishing our skills, polishing these tools that we are learning through our studies in architecture and courses of planning and design. And this tool has to be sharpened. This is the essence of my talk. How can design focus on an understanding of these relationships and develop new design and development ideas? How can design respond to climate change and work towards social and environmental justice? How can design stitch the fissured land and contribute to the larger interest of sustainability of cities? These are the big questions. The starting point for us must be to understand and commit to the idea of sharing or shared resources. Let's look at this idea of sharing and shared resources. That challenges the idea of individualization that I talked about. As a matter of fact, our interventions would have to be rooted in a shared relationship between people and nature, not us over nature. This is the radical shift that we need to understand. For all these years, we, world over, have attempted to dominate over the forces of nature. We go landfilling into the oceans. We cut down hills, forests, mountains, etc., etc. We treat mangroves as bushes, unnecessary, coming in the way of our development. We take over the salt pan lands, the wetlands, and so on and so forth. These are matters to look at. And therefore, the idea is not us over nature, but with nature. With these core ideas, I would like to discuss some of my engagements with various people's organizations and movements, and some independent works that have been inspired by that process. And really, truly speaking, I have learned and have been inspired through some of these engagements with organizations and movements in the city and elsewhere. Towards this, I appeal that the focus of design is shifted from buildings and infrastructure, from mere buildings and infrastructure, towards addressing climate change and achieving social and environmental justice. Purely for the convenience of my presentation here today, I'm classifying my submissions before you to 3 categories, despite knowing they are inseparable and interdependent. These 3 titles would be Planning and Design Beyond Borders, Ecology-Centric Design, and the third, a collective intervention approach. So this is the summary on which 3 topics on which I will illustrate some of my ideas through some of my engagements and works. The first is the planning and design beyond borders. Being an architect, I cannot avoid but start with the act of designing buildings as an effective tool of intervention. This I would term as the principle of design beyond borders. Broadly speaking, there are 2 kinds of borders that we must consciously breach and break, using building design as a tool and construction and development process as a means. First is the plot boundary, the physical aspect, the classical example. We start a class in the school drawing a boundary first. And that drawing a boundary arrests our mind, arrests the limit of our thinking. Rather, it confines us to a boundary defined by somebody else, and usually harmful. So this is the physical aspect and the first border or boundary that we must breach. The second is ideology, challenging territorialism, gatedness, and exclusivity. We are aspiring all the time to be exclusive, one apart. I can't seem to be with everybody. My God, I'm somebody very important. My work is far more significant than yours. I can't be with all of you. I have to stand out. I have to be that individual that I talked about earlier. So this is the second boundary or the border that we have to breach. So the first is a physical one, that of a plot boundary in the event of a design of a building that we are engaged in most of the time as architects. And the second is the question of ideology. And that ideology is what generates and evolves through collective movements and engagements. So for me, the success of building design is the extent it breaches these 2 boundaries. In this approach, a building should be viewed not as a standalone, independent, well-packaged, and a marketable product, but an integral part of the immediate precinct or a neighborhood, at least to start with. So I'm with my neighbors. I'm at least at a place, not in a plot, not in a building. I'm at a place, in a precinct, in a neighborhood. At least we start with that as an idea. And here's an illustration. So that slide came a bit early. of a project that we are competing for. It's a competition of the new Mantralaya complex of the government of Maharashtra to be built at Nariman Point. And how do we approach that? Big question, a very significant project. This reflects the importance of a shared relationship akin to people holding hands to express their unity and strength. Can this be reflected through the architecture of this building? So we look at the plot or the boundary as given to us in the context of the entire neighborhood of Nariman Point, and can we break open those boundaries? Can we start intermingling in the precinct with others and other spaces? Can we intertwine the complexity of relationships that emerge from people with people and people with nature? To unite or integrate a building with the precinct reflects the idea of design beyond borders. With this, it is possible to challenge the ongoing division and fragmentation of the city landscape that we increasingly witness. Now, here the landscape that I'm referring to is not a decorative landscape exercise that we engage with through a specialist landscape architect. The city, the neighborhood, the precinct, the ecology is the landscape. That's the landscape, that's the platform that I'm referring to. The segregation of people and places that promotes exclusivity on one hand and exclusion on the other. This reflects the larger phenomenon of individualization that I talked about, that is promoted by the markets, which in turn breaks down the values of collectivism and of unity in diversity. The commitment to integrate a building with its surroundings compels buildings to be open and porous. Therefore, the art of designing and constructing of a building must aim towards the achievement of a neighborhood and the city without borders. This is to bring people together too and develop a relationship of people with places, otherwise severed by an obsessive individual building-centric approach, which is leading to the rapid erosion of the idea of common property resources. Now, I'm repeating these few points again and again as a precursor or a prelude or a commitment upon which we build a base to work upon. I'll be brief here because I can't possibly go through these project profiles. I'm talking about larger ideas. I'm not getting into the design of this building and how we are integrating and we are challenging this concept of building boundaries. I will soon move the porosity, etc., that we talked about, that are permeable, not monoblocks, not monoliths, not boundaries further that we build by way of building edifices as structures of buildings, etc., etc. So these are some questions that confront us, and we are grappling. We're grappling, I must say. I can't be saying that all boxes have been ticked through this project, but there's an inquiry, there's an investigation, and there is an experiment. And these experiments partly will succeed, partly will fail, from which we will learn further into our next engagement and our next ideas that we will evolve. So here we are creating a large public park in the center of Nariman Point, and the building really foregrounds that public park. In the middle of the public park will be a public institution of a gallery where they can access, they can interact, they can see what the government's doing for us. They can raise questions at that point. There are platforms of debate, dialogue. So that's the springboard of this project. In physical terms, the built form and the various urban design signs and symbols. Why is it not moving further? Oh, sorry. It takes time. Doesn't matter. In physical terms, the built form and the various urban design signs and symbols and the extent of openness of a building stands opposite of opaque, monoblock, verbose, barricaded and controlled that we generally witness. It is in this context that the question of access and accessibility constitutes an important urban design criteria too. So the first thing we do with any significant public project is to limit public access. It's almost born out of that idea. It's not unwelcoming. It's restricting. You put a gate, you put tough security, you have surveillance, you do that physically and even otherwise. So the whole idea of control, of limiting access of the public to a public space then gets downsized continuously through such exercises of building design. Can we play the video? Here is an example of the Marathi Bhasha Bhavan building that we planned, which is under construction now on Marine Drive, on the Marine Drive precinct. I just click to start. And where the idea as it started was this, that it's seamlessly public could actually walk into this building without those restrictions that I talked about. And here's a language exhibition building that must allow popularizing Marathi language and the history of Maharashtra's art and cultural movement. So it becomes a part of the street idea, that streets without restriction of what kind of people, what type of people, they're dignified, they're indignified, they're poor, rich, men, women, all equally can just walk to the heart of this building and gather at a place like a gallery of steps, where the first dialogue of collective idea begins. So that's the idea of this building. Here I would like to read a relevant passage from the book Speaking with Nature by Ramachandra Guha, and I quote. It's very interesting. I'll finish this illustration and then I get to that quote. This is another building we did in New Bombay, somewhere in Sanpada, many years back. And in order to break that idea of the boundary, and in order to call the neighborhood to becoming a part of what the promoters were building as an institute of technology and management, this is a college or school of Institute of Management, ITM it's called, I insisted that large part of the blocks of the building and the facilities within the building must open up to the neighborhood for access and their benefit and use. And so we simply turned the building with a forecourt that is highlighted in yellow as being a public plaza, not restricted to just the school or the institution. And people would come here in the evening at any time they wish to. It's a pocket park-like idea. There are trees. It's shaded. They can loiter here. They don't have to do anything specific. They can meet their friends, walk into some of the cafes, restaurants around in these buildings. There's a gallery where people can exhibit. There could be neighborhood ideas that are debated at this place. So this brings the institute and the management close with the neighborhood. For they're, after all, physically in that neighborhood. How can they be isolated to think they're somewhere in Harvard or somewhere in New York or somewhere else in the world? For that's what often the aspirations are, even through their collaborations and other efforts. So here was an attempt many, many years back. This project is probably about 20 years old. ITM has been there for 20 years. And this is that forecourt. This was just when it was completed. I'm sorry, I don't have the updated slides. It's a pity that we often don't visit our sites again and again, but we do at some point, but sometimes we don't. But this was that, and then this large gateway then takes you to an inner courtyard, which slowly then starts filtering spaces to the core spaces of the library and the institute's classes, etc. So the inner court is also visible to the outside and permeable and accessible. The two are contiguous. Here is another example of a school that we did in Kutch, the DAV school in Kutch, which has no gate, has no porch, has no idea of a grand entrance, of an atrium. It's a central street of the school that just takes you just walk into that central street through this large open space. One of the arms are turned around to widen your welcome gesture of the complex in physical terms. And students get out of their buses and just run in hundreds, uncontrolled. And that's the fun. You see them in their best energy and excitement arriving at their school. And so is for any visitor, that there is no hierarchy of controls or regulations that I have to meet first the reception to take permission to get to the school. Sure. And I think these public ethics of behavior, if you may call so, the lack of word that I'm using at this point, or, behavior maybe, that you don't transgress, you don't violate. If it's open, you don't violate. If it's closed, you want to break. You want to violate. You want to challenge. So let's open our doors. Let's open and stand with our open arms. And here I read a relevant passage from Ramachandra Guha in a recent book of his. It was in October 19, I quote. This is very interesting. The reason I'm saying is, here's a project I did 20 years back. Here's another school project I did probably 15 years back. And here's a reference I'm giving way back in 1910. And I quote, it was in October 1910, the Royal Institute of British Architects organized a major conference on town planning to which scholars and practitioners from all over Europe were invited, attended by Patrick Geddes. The idea that cities could be carefully and artfully planned was relatively new to the modern imagination. And this conference was an attempt to make architects accustomed to building discrete structures. Now look at this in 1910. Patrick Geddes calls a conference of the RIBA to discuss in 1910 how we can build buildings that are discrete. And they're discrete structures, more aware of how and what they did fit into the landscape as a whole. Now look at this, and how these ideas are not continued, how they are consciously obstructed, broken down, and severed. So we come to the second part of my talk, which is ecology-centric design. Now here's an illustration of a project that we are working on. It's under construction, of a company's township in Chandrapur, near Nagpur. I'm sure you all know where Chandrapur is. And this township is really built around the idea of ecological commitment and planning. Going beyond buildings and placemaking, which I talked about in the first few examples, design ideas dealing with multiple buildings and layouts must also commit to and reflect an ecology-centric approach. So that's the second point. We move from a single building to a complex of buildings, or a cluster of buildings, or a relationship of multiple buildings, or wings, or blocks, whatever way you put it. So here's the challenge of establishing those relationships and questioning those ideas that we are carrying the baggage of. So this is the plan. On the right side is the master plan, which really talks about the landscape, the ecology, more than the building first. So what are those shared spaces? What are those common areas where ideas spring and flourish and germinate and so forth? Remember, that's where ideas germinate. They don't germinate on an individual's desk. And I say this loudly and clearly. There are challenges, but we have to make an attempt to start moving into collectives. So here's a kind of an idea of a large township of 150, 70 acres of land. And now the buildings have obviously come in, that the white blocks that you see, and the kind of extremely detailed ecological landscapes with water recycling happening through those landscapes, with water lagoons, ponds, natural flora, fauna, not manicured gardens, lawns, etc., etc. I won't get into designs of specific elements as I'm talking about ideas. Through certain design examples, so this is what we're doing here. Thus, buildings that intertwines with natural ecology landscapes would have to factor in a response to climate change. So that's the springboard, that through such ecological landscapes approach and seeing buildings being being discrete and part of the ecology and landscape, that we start responding to climate change, crisis, and climate events. Here's another example of another competition that we've entered, and we are shortlisted amongst the two, and we've lost the competition. And this is the designs for the new High Court building that's going to come up in Bandra. It's a large complex of a number of functions. And here again, the approach has been, look at these slides. We illustrating the ecology first, and then into the building, and then the functions. Obviously, they must efficiently function as well for the purpose it is meant to. So you have these kinds of ideas first, reflected through these illustrations and slides. You have intermittent floors given up, the struggle for acquiring every last centimeter of the FSI entitlement, yet break that order, put in these ecological spaces, intertwined through the building mass and form, integral to the idea of, of people confronting and intermingling and behaving and sharing with nature all the time. And so the facade of the building was also meant to be, porous, transparent, not one of these huge monolithic high court buildings confronting people. For this, every ordinary person must be entering the court without feeling alienated or overwhelmed by this big edifice. And so it's constantly porous, etc. So these are some attempts. I move on to the last section, and that really is about the collective intervention approach. Here's one example, which I'll just throw open. It's the Irla Nala move example through an idea of Mumbai's extensive network of the water courses of the city. Besides the 7 rivers, we have over 300 kilometers of major, what we call are the nallas, but originally they were the water courses of the estuary, draining the waters from the mountains down to the oceans, and being the absorption or the sponge to take in and control the high tide forces. So here's an example to try and popularize these water courses, integrate them with public thinking, and start understanding nature and the ideas and the benefits of being with nature. So that starts with long years of struggle, court battles, people getting arrested, being abused, being attacked, etc., public campaigns, and so on and so forth. I'll just cut short these processes that it went through, newspaper campaigns across the city. And in that process, just to tell you, it's not a big thing about me personally, but through this process in the past, maybe 40 years of my being sort of working in public, with public engagements, that we've kind of turned around about 25 public projects, all of them in honorary capacity, all of them not just honorary, but we actually supporting these projects because our offices, our architects work on these projects, and they contribute their time and, their remuneration, etc., to the public cause. So there's been not a single of these projects I can put them up in my profile or biodata, because they ask me for an appointment letter. Then they ask me for a budget. Then they ask me for, A, B, C, D, D. So I don't have that portfolio. But in the process, we have worked on these 25 public projects across the city of Mumbai. And it includes housing for the slum dwellers and their rehabilitation. It's sort of, at one point, one of India's largest rehabilitation project has been executed by us, involving 25,000 families, moved out of the national park to an alternate site, etc., etc. So if there is any one thing that I must state as being the most important learning from my living and working in Mumbai, it is the need for collective intervention, which is against the current trend of exclusionary urban design and development programs. So that's my single learning from these engagements. Connecting the dots between people and places, natural and built environments, between nature and people, and the various movements around these issues is an effective way to start creating the new ecology of cities. And through this process, evolve a new intervention strategy and an urban design brief. So these things, I've explained that process. Done this way, we will not only create sustainable and inclusive cities, but also build a liberating environment for all, ensure just development, and achieve sustainability. I think that's one of the objectives of your conference that we are talking about. So the idea of the linear park comes in. A linear park that breaks the idea of central park, of centralization as a phenomenon, as an idea. Central parks or centralization is a barricade that centralizes power, authority, and control. So we have to break that order of centralization by creating the idea of linear parks, thin, wide, narrow, through wastelands, through side open spaces, through marginal areas, integrating the natural geography of the place, whether it's wetlands, whether it's marshes, whether it's mangroves or creeks, the nullas, and we meander through the landscapes and neighborhoods as a way of bringing people and coming together. Imagine a structure of linear parks, streams of water, trees, and neighborhoods across the multiple boundaries, defining the ecology of cities. Every town and city have a wealth of natural elements and areas. However varying they may be, it is necessary to recognize them first and include them as vital aspects in the planning of linear parks. We often ignore. We don't see what we look at. Please, this is extremely important. We don't necessarily see what we look at. Looking at involves inquiry and intervention and sets a mind to rethink about a situation, about a place. So, let streams of linear park defines the new city landscape as an idea. Breaking away from the large monocentric and territorialized spaces, like a central park that evokes centralism, which I talked about, to a fluid stream of linear open public spaces, meandering, modulating, and negotiating various neighborhoods, akin to the fluidity of a river and water courses. Such a structure of open spaces would relate to and integrate with many more areas and people. Not just the neighborhood of a central park or somebody attempting to travel 10 miles to reach a central park, but you could, from your doorstep in the neighborhoods, keep accessing these spaces at will and at any time. So this has been partly executed despite many obstacles from the authorities. Nobody wants these low-cost projects in this city. It's not attractive unless it's 1,000 crores. It's not attractive that we present 25 crore budget and work through communities to integrate and evolve and restore and conserve natural areas. And I would at this point hesitate to talk more about these phenomena, for really somebody here, Sweta, is I would consider quite an authority to talk about that. And her work is truly significant in that direction of understanding the ecology of the city of Mumbai and many other places in Mumbai, and the whole idea of how natural ecologies work and how important they are. So in the case of Mumbai, the citizens of Juhu, along with PKD architectural practice, launched a significant movement in the year 2012. Imagine, 2012 to now, it's been over 13 years, 12 years, and we're nowhere close to finishing the central idea of the project, and that is to clean the waters of the Nalla. and make it a place where people can freely sort of go around and breathe and cycle and walk without mosquitoes or smell and odor, etc., etc. But what is interesting is that Mumbai has, as I said, over 300 kilometers. And here are some of this was a poster campaign of Juhu, and a book was brought out with the Kamala Raija School of Architecture, Vision Juhu, and some slides of the transformation of spaces along the Nalla. Now, Nallas go everywhere. Even near your school, you have a Nalla cutting across. There's no part of Mumbai that escapes these water courses, which are now trained with concrete walls and sadly killing the ecology in every possible way. So these are some slides of the transformation of public space. And the idea of urban forests, which is very significant now. So idea is to try and start flooding trees in any space that is available to us, not look at it in terms of one more building or one more FSI exploitation or one more potential to build more. This build more syndrome has affected our minds, our bodies, and it's a disease, it's a syndrome, as I call it. We have to get out of that. We have to break that boundary. Through this plan, we have generated an active and pulsating system of public open spaces that forms the heart of Juhu. On both sides of the waters, we will be able to meet, walk, loiter, etc., as I said. Also, on either side, we propose this idea of city forests. Now, I move on from the city forest idea to the idea of a tree and understanding a tree. One tree falls, 4 cars gets damaged. We want to hack all the trees in this city and brutally hack them. These labor contractors go without knowledge of how to deal with cutting trees or branches. They just hack them to death, and then concrete roads and pavements go to further choke the roots. Therefore, can we consider trees as a new design, sign, and symbol? Not buildings. Imagine streets and street squares or the common scene and experience with tree cover, trees that provide shade, absorb carbon, releases oxygen, maintains moisture levels in the soil, checks floods, supports the over 50% of the life cycles underground, reducing rising temperatures, helps mitigate heat island effect, support biodiversity, and many more. It's one tree that's an industry that operates non-stop and that sustains our lives. Tree shades attract people to meet, rest, and cool down in an otherwise stressful city life. Can our design plans proposals be intertwined with ecological landscapes and imageries, be foregrounded with trees, not with buildings? Trees are our life. I run through, I think I'll cut short, my time is quite up. Mumbai has this incredible map that you probably would never think of and visualize. You may read about Venice and other cities. Can you imagine this city with its water courses? And this is not just originally drawn by me, no. This is from the municipal records. And this is the landscape of the city, the ecology of the city. And can we restore them? So Irla Nala is an experiment to try and see how we can get to the 300 kilometers of the water courses. I quickly run through, and in city planning, sadly, in city planning, this is how Nallas were. This is how we build concrete walls on both sides. And here I come. In city planning, this is an interesting slide. Please, without any offense to any individual. In this city planning, the government has channelized nallas and rivers, building impervious concrete walls along their edges, thus further severing their ecological attributes and separating them from people and the earth. The understanding of nature, rather of every earth system, by most governments and mainstream planners is not considered important, rather deliberately ignored, thereby influencing public understanding of the significance of natural ecology. Here's an interesting slide. I keep going to Ahmedabad, and here's a bridge I'm crossing in Ahmedabad at a time when the Sabarmati River project in these parts are in progress. One side, the concrete wall has been is being attempted to be built. And you can see the other side, the other edge of the river, which now has been, of course, built with concrete walls. And there is this wonderful natural flora, fauna, birds coming, and there is so much life that flourishes and exists there. And here, this wall is like a knife that we are driving through the body of nature. That's bleeding, beginning to bleed now. So this is an illustration done by somebody in my studio, and I think it's very interesting. And we have to resist that. So can we go to ecological landscapes of riverfronts? We've attempted to do the riverfronts of Baramati. We've done that to a large extent with successes and failures. But these are some slides of the Baramati riverfront, quite largely executed in most parts, but failed to be executed in a number of other parts and in other ways. So I'm just running through these. What are the alternatives to those concrete walls? So I'm not just talking against the concrete wall. I'm suggesting ways to attend to it. Yeah, so, and I conclude, as I have shown, planning and design hold an incredible power to influence change. It's a very powerful tool that we possess as architects to address climate crisis, to break the prevailing order of exclusion, and to renew the relationship between people and nature. That's the single most important objective. It is for this reason that I have been arguing that people's participation in urban planning and design should be considered a right. Now, this is very serious. Can our participation in urban planning be considered a right? As we have other rights, as we have human rights, as we have civic rights, as we have right of access to goods, of civic services, can participation in urban planning be considered a right? And that would truly liberate us being the bumans of dictating terms of development and construction to together people deciding the path to development. We must re-envision our cities. That's the responsibility we carry. We must ultimately re-envision our cities, not the small dots individually and separately of centers of excellence, but through those connecting of dots can we re-envision our cities by designing spaces and cities that are sustainable, that promote harmony and resilience, that protect natural areas and assets. To my mind, this is the best way forward. Thank you. Anyway.
A big round of applause once again for this most wonderful keynote address by architect P.K. Das sir. The structure and the framework of the city and the wonderful interlinking of nature, basically ecology, and also the intervention of the common man, the urban common space. What more can we ask for than what we just saw? An astounding presentation, all converging together and bringing us more closer to the understanding of what does this conclave stands for. So every student, I'm sure, must be reflecting over what you just saw, and there are many more presentations to follow. Once more, we extend our gratitude, sir, for this most wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now, we'll move on to our next segment, which is the session 1 of this wonderful conclave. I'd like to present first, we have our 3 speakers for our session 1. Our first speaker is architect Shweta Wagh. We have architect Chavi Lal as the second speaker, and then we have Dr. Mala Singh Madam, who is going to be our third speaker for the day. Then we'll have a panel discussion moderated by Professor Samir Sheikh sir. He is here with us. So initiating the first session, I would request our graphics, yeah, thank you. So continuing our exploration into urban living in equilibrium with nature in the city, it's our pleasure to introduce our next speaker, an individual who is deeply immersed in the critical intersections of urbanism, ecology, and community. We are delighted to welcome architect Shweta Wagh, who is also an urban conservationist and an associate professor at the Kamla Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies here in Mumbai. Shweta's work consistently delves into the heart of what makes the cities tick, particularly through her insightful research on urban policy, planning, and the vital concepts of the urban commons. Those shared spaces and the resources, including nature, that are so essential for a healthy urban life. As a founding member of the Collective for Spatial Alternatives, she has been a proactive force in planning, research, and advocacy, working very closely with diverse communities across our city, as well as critical urban and environmental policies and planning issues. This holds an engagement which is very unique, and the perspective of how ecological principles can be woven into the fabric of our metropolis. Today, Shweta shall be sharing her insights through her presentation, which is titled Nature and the Metropolis. She will guide us through an examination of how we perceive and value nature within our urban landscapes, highlighting the immense significance of urban ecosystems from the perspectives of social ecology and essential ecosystem services. Her talk promises to shed light on the often contested legal and planning frameworks that shape our city's environment, and will delve into pressing contemporary debates surrounding land use, climate action, and the nature-based solutions that are so critical in forging a sustainable urban future. This presentation is poised to offer valuable perspectives for our discussions on ecological urbanism. Please join me in welcoming warmly architect Shweta Wagh. Madam, if you can grace the dais, please.
Thank you. Yeah, pointer. Hi, if I need it.
Next time.
Okay. I think I won't need it. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at the conclave. My presentation today is titled Nature and the Metropolis. I was asked to speak about how nature in the city is valued, and therefore I'll be touching upon the diverse perceptions of nature in the city and also highlight the significance of urban ecosystems. I will also look at the various legal and planning categories through which both nature and the environment in the city have been historically conceived and categorized. What's next? Okay, yeah. So I'll look a little bit at the historical perception of nature in the city. And during the making of the colonial city, one ought to note that the city was carved out by creating an ordered urban environment from a largely uninhabited coastal landscape. Pre-urban nature was simultaneously idealized, and it was seen as, there were these dual tendencies of looking at it as idyllic as well as hostile. So on one hand, images of the landscape of colonial Bombay shows figures of clusters of hilly islands, sylvan forests, fields and groves, while on the other, the mangroves were also considered as pestilential swamps in low-lying areas, something to be drained and filled up, and the hills to be flattened, and in order to produce inhabitable territory. So these dual tendencies of how nature is perceived has also informed how nature is currently perceived or acted upon. Yeah, next. The rulers of Bombay erected infrastructure for discipline and control, nature was disciplined. It was seen as pleasure grounds for the more privileged inhabitants of the city. On the other hand, the peripheral regions of the city was also considered as a dump yard for the relocation of undesirable and offensive occupations. Forests in the colonial history of Bombay was also looked at as a storehouse of resources, commercially exploited for revenue extraction. For instance, we have the Indian Forest Act, which prevented and regulated activities such as hunting, foraging, gathering, grazing, etc. And it also displaced a lot of resource-based, dependent communities who were restricted and regulating from using these. So this is the landscape of SGNP, which is the protected area in Bombay. And while it was protected, while forest areas were declared as reserve forests and protected forests and were protected under the protected area network, one also sees that there was the wilderness idea, which also tended to fence up or enclose these wild landscapes or pristine nature and keep them away from human interference. So SGNP was designated also under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 as a national park. And it is a part of this protected area networks of reserve forests, protected forests, national parks, and sanctuaries. These, in fact, are exclusionary frameworks for the protection of nature, and they tend to isolate natural areas from human inhabited landscapes. Next. However, some of these ideas have also carried forward in the way our development plan is conceived of. So this is, to the left we see the Mumbai Development Plan, the ELU, Existing Land Use Survey of 2012. And in this map we see, in the central map we see the natural area zone in the Bombay Development Plan. And one sees that only legally protected areas, which are the forests, and the mangroves. Mangroves are also legally protected now and under the jurisdiction of the Forest Department. So it's only legally protected natural areas which are shown in the natural area zone in the development plan. Similarly, the Mumbai Climate Action Plan also only designates and demarcates legally protected natural areas. And you also see that there are open spaces, which are again enclaves for recreation, etc., which are demarcated as natural areas. What about other landscapes of the city? Next. So the question is, what about the other landscapes or ecosystems of the city? Next. Here you see the beaches. There are rocky shores, swamps, and marshes. Why are these not delineated in the natural area zone in the development plan? So these lie outside the protected area network within urban areas, and they have not been protected under the development plan. Next. However, there were certain categories for conservation which were broadened and expanded. So we had certain categories in the earlier development plan, and in the 1990s we also had something like the Coastal Regulation Zone, which did protect natural areas within urban areas beyond the domain of these isolated protected networks. These include landscapes where nature and humans coexist. So to the left we have the map of the CRZ. This was designated under the Environment Protection Act. It shows coastal marshes and intertidal areas. It regulates the coastline and prohibits polluting and destructive activities for a certain zone along of 500 meters from the high tide line, and also extends into the subtidal zone up to 12 nautical miles. And this is all along the Indian coastline. The other category that I would like to discuss is the no development zone. So those areas bounded in green, you see it's there it's written NDZ, except ancillary to the occupation of the fishermen community, right? So the NDZ was another category which protected many such zones along the forest fringes and along the coast of Bombay. And both these categories somehow enable the protection or the regulation of planning for natural areas within an urban zone. So I will now discuss two cases. The first is the case of the forest fringe, and here I will look at the NDZ, which is the RA Milk Colony. And in the second case, I will look at the coastal edges, which will also look at NDZs and CRZ along the coastline. So the CRZ and the NDZ are essentially zoning regulations which provide environmental protection in human inhabited areas and allow a low intensity of land use within these areas. Next. Okay. Now when we come to the case of RA, everyone knows about the metro car shed controversy in RA, where about 2,700 trees were slated to be cut down for the construction of the metro car shed. However, the discourse in the public domain limited to the destruction of trees or the construction of the car shed was largely focused around the cutting of trees. There was also the coining of the term RA forest. You know, many environmentalist groups and a lot of activists also still refer to RA as a forest. It's actually referred to also as RA forest. However, I would like to question what RA really is. Is it really a forest? Or is it really a combination of diverse ecosystems which cannot entirely be classified as forest? Next. Okay. So in the year 2019, we conducted a study. It was titled the Mapping RA Report. This was put out in the public domain. It has also been tendered in some of the cases filed in the Supreme Court. And this was to create an understanding of the significance of RA beyond the narrow domain or categories of it either being just trees or forest. The impact of land use, land cover changes in the catchment areas and ecosystems of RA was studied as a part of this study. Next. Next. Yeah. So in this slide, we see that RA is located to the west of the hilly core at the center of Salsette Island. It is an undulating landscape, and several rivers in Bombay, which are largely west-flowing rivers, originate here. The RA catchment, RA is also a catchment areas of the Mithi and the Oshivra rivers that is shown in the map to the right. So we identify these catchment areas. Next. Yeah. So this is a map of RA in basically earlier map of a photograph image of RA that I've sourced online. In RA was actually established in 1949, and the Indian government basically handed over 1,300 hectares of forest to the Bombay Dairy Development Board. However, one can see in the image to the left that this doesn't entirely look like a forest. A large part of it was in fact degraded forest. There were also several people complaining that, RA was, the metro car shed area did not have any trees earlier. Why are activists making such a hue and cry about this? It was never really a forest. So this is one of the original images of RA. And basically, there was large members of, the buffalo rearers in Bombay were then asked by the Dairy Development Board to convince them to, they were given stables, living quarters, schools, and various amenities. So in fact, when you look at RA, there are many institutions within RA. There was also a special kind of grass that was grown for the for fodder for the buffaloes, and that was also cultivated by the dairy department. One sees that it was a degraded land, and today what we see in the image to the right is in many places it has become a lush forest. There are a lot of trees in RA which have actually been planted by the Dairy Development Board and also by the numerous Adivasi communities who also have their hamlets there, and many of them are fruit-bearing trees which are useful to the community. So today it's also an important tourist area which has been opened up for public use. Next. This image shows that there are diverse land uses in RA, and experts have identified various habitats such as the scrub forest, seasonal freshwater marshes, hillocks and with vegetation cover, rocky outcrops, grassland and scrub. And all these ecosystems, like I think Mr. P.K. Das said earlier, are all important for the ecological services that they provide to the city. These range from carbon sequestration to percolation to regulating the microclimate, improving its biodiversity, etc. Next. There are also Adivasi hamlets in RA, and they have their commons and open access resources which they rely on. And these also support livelihoods of the local communities such as foraging and gathering. Next. So basically, one also needs to understand that RA is an area where many of the rivers in Bombay originate. So there was a Pranab Sen committee report which identified the criteria for designating ecologically sensitive areas, and that says that the areas of the origin of streams is to be considered ecologically sensitive. There are many hillocks where these streams originate, and they flow through the valley floors within RA. You can see the images to the right. And today, because of the kind of concretization of areas within RA, we see that there is an increase in runoff and a lack, basically destruction of percolative areas, which also has resulted in the impact of downstream flooding. So these were some of the aspects that we were trying to point out. Next. What we also see that in the lower lying areas of RA, there are pasture lands and rice fields, which also function as freshwater marshes during the rainy season, and they hold rainwater periodically. These also provide important ecological services such as groundwater percolation. Next. Yeah. These are the broad land cover change maps showing the land cover change in the catchment between the years 1926 and 2019. And what one sees is that there is a substantial increase in development intensity or built up areas or concretized areas in all the other areas of the catchment, with the exception of the SGNP, that is Sanjay Gandhi National Park, and RA Milk Colony, which in the earlier development plan was designated as a no development zone. Next. Yeah. Here we see the extent of RA in three consecutive development plans in Bombay. So one sees in the central map that in the 1981 development plan, RA was still an NDZ. In the new development plan, about 175 hectares of RA have been reclassified as a special development zone or SDZ. So I think in the earlier version in 2014, there was a move to open up RA for various kinds of institutional and recreational uses. And during the suggestion objection phase, I think there was an outcry by citizens which prevented them from doing it. So it is still shown as green, which is an SDZ. However, the SDZ does allow a lot of activities which were not earlier permissible in the NDZ. One also sees there are specific new reservations, such as the metro car shed, reservation for resettlement housing, as well as a reservation for an international zoo. Next. Okay. Next again. Yeah. These slides show the shrinking boundaries of RA, the original milk colony, and large parcels of area have now been basically diverted in an ad hoc manner. So we see that they have been diverted for the construction of gated communities and housing complexes. Next. Here we see Royal Palms, which was a dilution to the NDZ, and it basically was low FSI was allowed for recreational uses for a golf course, but now today we have all kinds of developments like housing there. Next. Interestingly, in 2020, a part of RA was notified by the Environment Minister as a reserve forest. Now again, what this did is the patches that we see in grey are what are notified as a reserve forest. So a lot of common lands and also the Adivasi padas have been left out of this notification because you can't have any habitable space in a reserve forest. So this again reiterates I would like to reiterate my point that we still look at conservation as the preservation of forest areas by fencing off and isolating these from human inhabited areas, rather than looking at it comprehensively as a kind of a eco-sensitive area, which is a broader category. What one also sees is that the areas which are designated as reserve forests are not contiguous with Sanjay Gandhi National Park. In fact, many of the reservations in RA are creating a barrier between the national park and RA, and this used to be a wildlife corridor because there was always a lot of movement of wildlife between the national park and RA. So building these destructive uses and creating this kind of barrier will also prevent its function as a buffer zone to the national park. Next. What is happening outside these reserved areas, reserve forest areas? Today, a channelization of streams, as PK also pointed out earlier, that also continues within forest areas and marshy areas. Marshy areas and area are being drained off to enable construction. This is for the construction of the Metro Bhavan, which is another area closer to the highway. This has affected local hydrological patterns. Next. One also sees that some of the marshy areas have this kind of stagnation of water, which has led to mosquito breeding. It's posing to be quite a health hazard in RA. Next. And illegal dumping and landfilling continue unabated. So there are the Human Rights Commission actually took suo motu cognizance of this issue of dumping, which was reported in the Times of India, and the case is still being heard. So there are a lot of dumping in forested areas and areas with vegetation, which still continues outside these reserve forest areas. Next. Okay. I don't have much time, so I'll just quickly touch upon the next part. So I'll just briefly look at the coastal edges. So the coastal edges also, Bombay's coastline has diverse ecosystems, and that is something that I've tried to explain here with the rocky outcrops, beaches, etc. And these are the geomorphic features of the coast. Next. This is the sand dune ecosystems. Basically, the particular ground cover, Ipomia biloba, it's a sand binder. It prevents the erosion of sand. So it is an erosion control mechanism, which is naturally there. It performs an important ecosystem service. Next. The coast is also used by fishing communities for livelihood activities. Next. Now, the development plan, while it only shows mangroves in the natural area zone, the diverse ecosystem are protected under the broader framework of the CRZ. So this is the CZMP map, which shows the existing land use survey and the zones under the CZMP, the Coastal Zone Management Plan under the CRZ notification. The CRZ, contrary to the kind of, is largely misunderstood, and contrary to general understanding, it's not a blanket ban on development. So if you look at this map here, the coast is classified into categories, and development within each of these categories is regulated. Next. The 2011 notification had also proposed that the fishing zones and the habitations and the common lands of the fisher community be mapped in the CZMP. So that was required, but that was never done. Next. Okay. No, go back again. Yeah. So, the CRZ was in fact diluted in 2015 once again. There was a series of dilutions since 1991, almost 25. In 2019, 16, it was diluted specifically for the construction of reclaimed roads, and that enabled the construction of the Bombay Coastal Road project. There were 5 PILs and 1 writ petition in court. The fishers were the first to go to court to contest the project. Next. The fishing zones were required to be mapped in the CRZ, CZMPs, however, that was never done. So in 2019, we had prepared a report, or worked on a report called the Social Ecology of the Shallow Seas. This was a study of the fishing zone and the biodiversity and the relation with the, coastal artisanal fishing practices. This was tendered in the High Court during the Coastal Road hearing. Next. This shows the extent of the Worli fishing zone from Mount Mary to Banganga, and it extends up to a depth of 8 to 10 vow, one vow being 6 feet, so it extends up to a depth of approximately 60 feet into the sea. The red portion is the land that was proposed to be reclaimed, and that is largely in the intertidal zone. Yes, next. So BMC at first claimed that there is no fishing happening there. That is a barren wasteland. It is a rocky shore, so they acknowledge the importance of the mangroves, but not the rocky areas. And what we tried to show in the report was that even quality fish, like fish that are generally caught in the deep seas, come to this shallow fishing zone. They lay their eggs there. They come and, they find a habitat during this is the pre-monsoon arrival of the fish. And in the fishing season, which is just after the monsoons, a lot of the catch is caught right in the shallow areas of Worli, in the fishing zone itself. The BMC then claimed in court that this is not where the reclamation was happening. It was happening in the intertidal zone. Next. And so we had also done a documentation of the intertidal zone. So the intertidal biodiversity has been documented by various citizen scientists. There are many ecologists and groups who have done documentation of the marine biodiversity of the intertidal areas. And this is also a part of the important part of the marine food chain. Next. We specifically, when BMC denied that there was any fishing happening in the intertidal zone, we documented multiple practices of artisanal fishing which actually take place and are adapted to the conditions of the intertidal rocky foreshore. Next. So the reclamation completely destroyed intertidal fishing and these habitats. Basically, the petitioners, we won the case in the High Court, after which it was the BMC went to the Supreme Court. Next. The marine biologists had found several species of coral in the intertidal zone, and the corals are actually an indicator that it is an important ecologically sensitive area, so therefore to be classified as CRZ1A, and reclaimed roads were not to be permitted in the CRZ1A. The High Court had also said that the BMC had not conducted adequate studies, and in fact, the MCZMA had not applied its mind while granting clearance. However, the National Institute of Oceanography was called in, and they suggested the translocation of coral. So the coral patches were found in some patches, those were removed and transported to another area, and reclamation was allowed to continue. The Supreme Court stayed the High Court order, allowed reclamation. Next. Now that the shore has been reclaimed, citizens are debating what should be done on the reclaimed land. They are worried that the BMC will now start commercializing these places and concretizing them and building parking lots, which later will be converted into commercial, enterprises. And there's a big, a lot of people who were not speaking up about the coast before have now started talking about what should be done here, especially on the architects group. And the proposal, there's also a proposal to grow an urban forest on this area. So some even claim that this will mitigate the flooding. The flooding was largely caused by the reclamation. The geomorphology of the coast or the rocky shore allowed the absorption of water, which now has made it an impervious edge. Others believe that there should be no forest because that would be exclusionary, and one needs to have a public space or the development of maidans in this area. So there are a lot of debates that are going out. I would just like to say one point where I think that one needs a understanding of geomorphology or a kind of a scientific understanding before any intervention is carried out. The area was originally a rocky bed, and while it is good to propose as many urban forests or trees in many areas in the city which are conducive for its growth, one needs to also understand that here, since the area is concretized, one would need a lot of soil regeneration before a forest can even develop. And that may mean that soil may have to be transported from elsewhere, and that may destroy another ecosystem elsewhere. So we also need to understand the ecological impacts of our mitigation efforts. And one needs to also look at the values of other kinds of ecosystems. Like it could be overtaken by a grassland or, a maidan, and grass also performs areas with grass cover also play an important role in carbon sequestration. It is not just trees or forests that have ecological value. Next. Yeah, just one or two slides. Yeah, next. Yeah. So while we are debating that whether a forest should be built on the reclaimed land which was destroyed for the construction of the coastal road, another part of forest is being destroyed in the SGNP. No, the previous slide, please. So this is next to Vihar Lake. This is a bicycle corridor being constructed through SGNP for the construction of a bicycle track, and many hills are being destroyed, and existing forests are being kind of removed. And there is not too much public debate about this. There are some activists who have gone to court, but the public debate is not really centered around these issues. Next. Another example of completely unscientific approach is erosion control or seawalls being built on sandy beaches. And these are constructed for the to prevent erosion of sand. However, one needs to understand that this is done in Aksa Beach in Malad. And Aksa Beach is actually a depositional zone. If one looks at the health of the sand dunes here, there is no erosion happening on the beach. So why do we need an erosion control seawall where there is no erosion? And this wall was constructed where there was no need of it. So next, yeah. All right, yeah, it's done. Okay, so this is my last slide. So this is what has become of a stretch of the seawall today. And to conclude that we need, basically, there has been a shift from a comprehensive planning approach, which looks at and acknowledges diverse land uses and ecosystems, to a technocentric or techno-fixes or piecemeal solutions to detract attention from real issues. These are simply palliatives for, allowing and enabling destruction elsewhere. So this is what I have to say about mitigation efforts. Therefore, we need to have a scientific basis or understanding and documentation of existing ecosystems, acknowledge the role they play for climate mitigation. And these are pre-existing, already existing nature-based solutions that need to be safeguarded. We don't need to create nature-based solutions. We already have them. So I think finally I would just like to end with one line, that we need to abide by and exercise the precautionary principle. In case of doubt, pro nature, in dubio pro natura. Thanks.
Thank you, Architect Shweta. So I'm sure this must have set you all thinking. There was a lot of content which generally in a BRH course would be difficult to find. Definitely much more in the landscape course. Many students here must be looking forward for the landscape MRs that we also have. Terminologies from an ecology point of view were very nicely put up by Architect Shweta. You also saw the other side and the other scale of urbanism, which is not only buildings, but also the infrastructural projects that the city generally comprises of. And from that point of view, students should start looking at this, the content that comes to them from a different perspective altogether. Let's move ahead. I'll request our graphics team to put up the next speaker, please. Yes, thank you. Our journey today continues with our next speaker, who brings over 2 decades of formidable experience in sharing our built environment on a significant scale. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Architect Chavi Lal. As a distinguished architect and urban designer, she serves as principal at Perkins Eastman, a globally acclaimed design and architecture firm. In this role, she has not only been instrumental in guiding the design and delivery of large-scale institutional and mixed-use developments, often spanning hundreds of acres, but has also played a pivotal part in establishing and expanding the firm's influential presence here in India. What is particularly compelling and directly relevant to our discussions today at our conclave is Chavi's deep and unwavering commitment to sustainability. This isn't just a buzzword in her practice. It is a core principle which is seamlessly integrated into every facet of her work, demonstrating how large-scale projects can indeed become vehicles of thoughtful, designed, sustainable spaces, have been recognized with multiple awards, and she is sought after voice at prestigious forums. Beyond her extensive professional endeavor, Chavi is passionately invested in nurturing the future of the profession. She is actively engaging with the academia and the professional committees as well. A true advocate for sustainable urban futures, Architect Chavi has represented our profession on prominent international platforms, including the World Urban Forum, the World Congress of Architects. Allow me to warmly welcome her. Madam, if you can grace the dais. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank VESCO for inviting me to this very critical and important dialogue. I think dialogues like these start in forums like this, where there are professionals, there are academicians, there are educators, and future professional students, and that's how we can take these dialogues ahead. So it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. I just start by showing a few images of spaces around us. These are open spaces in Mumbai that we have been creating in the recent past. I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of these. And these are places that have been legacy in the city. What is the difference? They are all open spaces. The fundamental difference is that the spaces we are now creating are seen almost as a part of infrastructure, not as landscapes that are living, that are thriving, that are full of biodiversity and ecosystems. We are making them built. We are making them private, we are making them restricted, we are making them controlled, we are making them inaccessible. What is the point of these kind of open spaces? They are not serving us, they are not serving any other species. So why are we doing this? And is there another way to look at this? PK spoke of some great examples, and Shweta brought up some very critical issues that are pertaining to ecosystems within cities. And I think as practitioners, we come back and look at these spaces to provide a holistic approach to the design of them. Design interventions are very important, as PK rightly said, and it is our responsibility to make the most of these spaces. This may be a matrix that some of you are familiar with. This is a matrix of open space per person. And here I am talking of accessible open spaces per person in some of the global cities and where Mumbai stands with respect to that. We are far, far below than any of the cities, and we are much below the national, international guideline standards as well. We are far below than what Delhi Master Plan has envisioned and targeted for Delhi. Why is Mumbai doing that? And is there a way that we can look at open spaces in Mumbai in a different way? And hence comes this idea of an urban ecosystem. This is a graphic that I have borrowed from another organization, and is not a new concept. I think we all talk about it. The idea for built and unbuilt to coexist in a cohesive manner such that the unbuilt renders itself to the natural features of the land and to the species that belong in those natural features. That is essentially what an urban ecosystem is. Some of the things that are important while considering an urban ecosystem is first designing to context. Every city is different. Every city has different natural features. Mumbai, as we saw today, has a series of natural water channels and rivers and then the ocean. Delhi has the big grand Yamuna, Pune has Mula Mutha. So we are all designing to different contexts. There is no one solution that can fit all. That's the first thing to recognize. What is our natural context and how do we design to it? The other important thing here is that we need to face these natural features. Right now, the way design and planning is, we turn our backs to them. We turn our backs to the Mithi River, we've turned our backs to Yamuna, And what has resulted out of that is immense pollution of these natural features that make them further undesirable. We are killing the aquatic ecosystems and in turn increasing pollution, all problems that we are all well aware of. So first thing is that we need to start facing the natural ecosystems in cities. The second thing is scale of open spaces. Scale of open space is very important because biodiversity does not exist in one location. Biodiversity needs eco-links. Whether it's butterflies, whether it's bees, whether it's birds, they all wander from one place to the other. That is how pollination happens. That is how they thrive. So it's important to create these links at different scales. That could start with the window in your house to a large central park, to the linear gardens that PK was talking about earlier, because these linear spaces then provide the corridors for biodiversity to thrive within a larger urban area. That becomes important. We can't, like Shweta was saying, restrict them in one place and then expect them to thrive. So that is what that is. And the other thing is that these biodiversity links, these eco-links, are not to be kept, again, behind closed walls, right? These are integrated with everything that we do. We are not different, or we are not above, as we may want to think, the rest of the ecosystem. As much we can integrate our activity, be responsible for them, they will in turn be responsible for us. I'm going to show a few examples from our practice where nature has played a paramount role, and projects have been developed through nature through various lenses. So there's preservation, there's recreation, there's learning. And I have also brought in high densities because I know a lot of people will say, but you know, a lot of the earlier examples is not the everyday kind of thing. So the first project is Macmillan redevelopment in Washington, D.C. Macmillan is a 25-acre old water filtration site that is defunct and not used by D.C. anymore. And this site was available for redevelopment. And there were a lot of concrete structures that you can see which were holding silos, filtration beds, and the likes. This project came about as a combination of preservation, architecture, and landscape design, where we started looking at landscape to soften up the more concrete spaces that the filtration system had originally needed. And the approach to landscape here was that, again, landscape exists not only in trees, right? There are shrubs that play a role, there are grasslands that play a role, and there is ground cover that plays a role. So it was to bring about a combination of all these landscape elements while still keeping it accessible for the community and still trying to soften up the original landscape which was concretized because of the infrastructure. This brought in a lot of spaces for the community, so it became a place for people to start coming in. There was a large water body which was then revived to ensure that it becomes a living water body. So again, the concrete embankments were taken off and a more softer edge was generated to try and make it more accessible and safe for the community. This next project is in Surat. This was right outside, very close to the Surat airport. And the name is actually given by the client even before we came in. So I think we were very fortunate to have clients who were very sensitive to what their site is and the approach that they'd like to take to develop it. Earthspace wants to be a hospitality development similar to what Aerocity in Delhi is, if some of you are aware of that. So it's a mixed-use hospitality development with hotels, convention centers, retail, office spaces, and there's a university, and there's also a meditation center. But the entire approach to this development, so to say, was derived from the land itself. The land was black cotton soil, highly saturated with high water table levels, because Surat is closer to the coast and the water table is very high. So there were water catchments which already existed on site. We took that as the starting point and started designing hotels or open spaces around these water catchments to begin with, and that then started driving the design process. Similarly, then, going back to the idea of the eco-links, when we came to the more urban environments within the development, which was about creating retail streets or food courts and food plazas, we continued the landscape development at various scales, from trees to grasses to ground covers, to make sure that connectivity through the landscape continues. This is the first building which is actually built by Dr. Mona Pingle on site. And it's amazing to see how the architecture has very sensitively responded to the context. So you can see on the top left image, you can see one of the catchments of water which was there. And then she has also integrated the water and the softer soil into the landscape and into the development. And I'd just like to say that is what it takes to make a conscious development. We need all stakeholders. The client was well aware. The architects are very sensitive. We supplemented from our side on the planning. Landscape played a big role because the whole master plan was driven by landscape. This is another project, Ashoka University. This is in Sonipat, north of Delhi. Now, the way this area has developed is these were large farm swaths that the government took over to make an education city. And over the past decade, this larger area of almost 2,000 acres, which is what is called Rajiv Gandhi Education City, has seen development of a lot of campuses, which resulted, of course, in a lot of construction activity, and the area lost all its biodiversity. There were suddenly no birds. There was like, you wouldn't see a thing when you're there. And that was quite appalling, and it was very telling even while we were there. So in this project as well, I think landscape played a very important role for us. We were developing in phases. So the overall master plan is about 93 acres, developed in very small phases of about 4 to 5 acres each. So the challenge is for landscape to thrive in a construction site. It's very difficult. You can't have trees growing. So our phases were designed to protect the landscape. The architecture tried to follow the landscape everywhere in every phase, so that we have open spaces that are available for students in every phase. In an educational campus, all of us know open spaces are, if not more, equally important than classrooms and indoor spaces. So it was very important for us to cater to landscape first. And I think I'm happy to say that now when we go back to site, migratory birds have come back, and a lot of butterflies have come back, and we're seeing a lot of biodiversity starting to come back. So in some ways, I think we're doing the right things. It's not entirely done. 25 acres is built out yet. So I think we still have a long way to go, but this is how it's coming about. The last one is talking about high densities, because that's what you see in cities like Mumbai. This is a project in New York where it's nothing. It's a tower with a podium base, which is what we see, right? 69 stories and a 60,000 square feet podium. But 60,000 square feet is 1.4 acres and is a huge opportunity to do a thriving landscape. So this is what it's come out to be. I think we did not just use it as a base for recreational amenities, as people would say, but it's a lot of shaded areas, it's a lot of trees. Of course, there is recreation. I mean, some part of it is still being developed if you see to one side. But the focus has been to reduce urban heat island effect, to create a microclimate, to ensure that you are, inviting birds and butterflies and, bees and insects and all of them to your site. And then that is truly an amenity for the residents. Otherwise, I don't think the open space serves much purpose. And the last example I'll talk about is, I'm sure many are familiar with Battery Park City. The plan for Battery Park City was done by my firm, I think even before I was born, so this is 1979. But the plan has been resilient that in Hurricane Sandy, this was the only area that did not flood. And now when New York is redoing its entire coastline to make it more resilient to hurricanes, this is the only place where there is least intervention even now, 45 years hence, because it was already designed to a 100-year flood line. So while yes, the 100-year level has increased, the intervention here has been minimal. It's because you start from the unbuilt first and then start determining what is to be built. And if you see, the plan has more or less stayed the way it is. The framework has stayed, the open spaces have stayed. And what that translates is, at ground plane, extremely human-friendly, human-centric spaces that allow people to exist very close to such a big water feature. You have the big ocean in front of you. And I think in some way, this is an opportunity that Mumbai has as well, if we can look at our course a bit more sensitively. Since Mandar was going on about poetic quotes, I thought maybe I can end with one as well. So I find this very telling that, a perfect lawn is silent, but a wild garden sings. So I think the choice is ours. We have open spaces, but what is the landscape we are trying to create? Are we trying to, as PK was saying, dominate all other species, or are we integrating ourselves to be part of the larger ecosystem on this planet? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Architect Chavi Lal. Few projects, and architects are always in their zone. So we saw something which merges landscape beautifully with built form, and we also saw how the context plays a very vital, important role. And from here, there are lessons that we all take, and I'm sure students must be making their notes already, the ones who are here as well as the ones who are online. Now let me introduce to us, she doesn't require much introduction, Madam Dr. Mala Singh. Yet, from the point of view of our conclave, if you can give me just a minute, ma'am. Yeah. Yes. We are honored to have you, ma'am. If you can join us. Yeah, please come. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. With your permission, I'll save on time. Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar. I think all of you know me. I have interacted with all of you multiple times. We always talk about green buildings, IGBC, what we are doing, how green building growth is happening in India. Most of the time, we discussed all these things. And when Anandji has approached me and said that you need to talk about, nature in city, which we always propagate, in the green buildings also, that how to bring nature to the buildings. From the morning, I was just listening, P.K. Das ji has spoken about his thoughts so beautifully in the integrated development, where how you can bring nature to the development as a core element of that development. Similarly, the second speaker talks about wonderful, my colleague, she has spoken about that RA colony and the Borivali Park and story. It's a very, a real story she talked about, and that was really eye-opening for me. Thank you for that. And third speaker, I know you very well. So you have also talked about your wonderful projects. Thank you for that. So I was thinking, I made a presentation although, but I was just thinking, I'm from Himachal. Okay, I don't know how many of you know that Mandi, there is a place before Kullu, when you go to Kullu Manali, so Mandi comes on the way. So I was born and brought up there, and then I went to Roorkee IIT for my environmental studies, then came to Delhi, then Mumbai in last 20 years. I was just thinking that what to speak now. Dasji sir has spoken about everything. Both of the speakers have covered almost all the sustainability aspect of, why trees, why green, everything has been talked about. So I was thinking, we know that the problem, we know very well. But let me tell you, when we talk about the macro level thoughts, like coastal zone development she talked about. We talked about that RA colony issue and those things. But what to do with the kind of built environment which we have already constructed? Let us talk about our Mumbai city, and I'm staying in Goregaon West. I work in Andheri. So you people know that what kind of development is happening there. Even my building in Goregaon West, now that was a lone stand building few years ago. Now I have a building on the right side. I have a building on the left side. I have the building which is on my front side is proposed. On the back side also I have the building. So now you tell me that in such a large, the component, when we talk about the changing the landscape of Mumbai city, and when we talk about the slum redevelopment also, like Adani has got a lot of projects. They are also doing a lot of slum redevelopments. Imagine the kind of development is going to happen, the kind of resources we are going to utilize. But this green aspect of preservation, conservation or reformation, how we are going to integrate in our city. We know that there are some open spaces left, and there are some open spaces which are already exploited by some sort of acquisitions of, I will not say too much, I think you know what I'm trying to say. So what to do with those building developments where my children are going to stay, I'm going to stay, my future generation is going to stay. There is an existing building and there is a new building. Again, there is existing, there is new. So even whenever we are interacting with the builders, once we come on the board, the first thing I ask them that in your building, who's your landscape architect? They say, madam, building pehle, it's a building design, landscape architect. If you want for green certification, we'll bring on board. I'll tell you, I was surprised we have such a, talented architects in our city, and still I feel that in those projects, I never find, most of the project. Please don't mind, I'm telling you the truth. Whenever we ask for the landscape architect, there is no landscape architect. And we are going to do green building certification in that project. They say, madam, jagah hi nahi hai. Jagah hi nahi hai, because the entire plot is, this is our barricading. I'm talking about, micro level intervention in the building design, which is the actual case on the ground reality. They say, okay madam, podium mein thoda landscape dal denge. We have only podium, or we have some sort of, maine bola, are can you use your plot periphery or somewhere? They said, no madam, there are only 10 jhards or 20 jhards. We are cutting 10, we are transplanting 5, then we are taking tree, NOC, etc. So that is the story of every building in Bombay. Let us understand I would say the real thing. It looks very nice, when see the pictorial, beautiful landscape plans. in the large townships, upcoming townships, these are very nice strategies and we can implement. But when we talk about such developments in Mumbai city, when how to bring nature to those buildings is really something where you guys need to think about. Because builder says himself that, madam, we don't need because it's just a small space. We have only 10 yards or 20 yards and we will preserve 2 of that and we have tree NOC. So today I'm going to tell you, don't consider me as I'm not saying I'm an activist or something, but everybody has, something in their heart, love for nature, and that is something, true personality, irrespective of any representation. I'm just trying to communicate that. I'll show you my presentation. I can show you the challenges, climate change, global warming, this is happening, that, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is that how to solve that issue. Yesterday, I shared the stage for celebration of Environment Day with Municipal Corporation. And I was a witness where climate change budget was introduced by Additional Municipal Commissioner, Dr. Ashwini Joshi. I was very happy that at least, this is the first city, Mumbai is the first city who has a climate budget. When I read that budget, so I was just looking into that 31% of the entire budget of the city. Now it's for climate mitigation measures. So I was just looking into where is something, about nature-based solutions. So waste management was there, but definitely mangrove protection. And they have also talked about some open area preservation, conservation. So I was thinking, where is that open area and how it will be preserved? And there are lakhs of slum dwellers are there. So how you are going to redevelop that, demolish that, and how you are going to preserve that soil erosion issues, how you are going to handle. Because brownfield development, which is the main thing in Mumbai city, right? Most of the, if you see the Mumbai development, it is a brownfield. And greenfield is how much, the answer. So this is how to, bring those trees, and we are talking about plant trees, these trees. I used to see, a lot of the people who are the green heroes, I'll show you their pictures, they talk about environmentalism, they talk about, वो बोलते हैं पेड़ लगाने से भी क्या होगा अभी, because तुमने इतना बिगाड़ दिया है. We have exploited our earth so radically that our planetary boundaries we have already crossed. And every time I used to tell you that there are 9 planetary boundaries. I think all of you know that. Last time I also spoke about that. I'll show you that in the presentation. In these 9 planetary boundaries, 7 boundaries we have already crossed. I think biodiversity, climate change, these are also some of the boundaries in that. And we also talk about Earth Overshoot Day every time. Earth Overshoot Day? Can you raise a hand, students? 23rd July 2023, there was a Earth Overshoot Day. That means we have already consumed our resources. What Earth can provide us, we have 1.8 times. So even in India, we require 1 or 2 more Mother Earth to give us proper survival now for our resources. And let me tell you, 60% of India is yet to build. Because we are a developing country. We are talking about our GDP. We are on 3rd number. Now we have crossed Japan also. We are on the top and all that. But whenever we talk about our GDP, don't you think that we are talking about new resources? And from where it comes, you know very well. And if we know that planetary boundaries have been already crossed, so what to do? So I always think that we talk about then technology, we have that global technology, India made technology. But technology is something where it can help you. But the best thing is always, from the morning we are listening our speakers, nature-based solution is the best solution. I'll tell you, technology can't help that much, which nature-based solutions can help you. You can mitigate you can reduce your heat island effect. You can decrease the temperature. You can enhance the biodiversity, which Madam has talked about. I think the pure problem ka jo, I would say, solution hai, that is only nature-based solutions. लेकिन उसको भी करना कैसे है? जैसे आप अपनी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं या बिल्डिंग में रहते हैं, एवर यू थॉट दैट मेरे पोडियम में कितने ट्रीज हैं? आप में से किसी ने सोचा ये? मुझे थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है हिंदी में बात करना. आज मैं थोड़ा सा, I don't want to talk technical speech or something like that. Ever you thought that the society you live in Bombay, how many trees it is? And what kind of tree is that? Ever you said that your connection with your tree which is living in your society by chance? Nobody. Please go to your house today and please just count those trees. How many trees are there? Just please look into that aspect because it looks very nice. It looks very pretty when you see in the plants. Okay, but what you are actually, what is your part of your life? Please feel that. What is already near to you or not near to you, so you have to preserve that. That connection is very important with the nature. Unless you will not start loving nature, you will not start, have that passion to preserve and conserve. I don't think just talking about design on the table is enough. Do you agree with me on this or not? Huh. Can you give me the... Okay. So I will skip all my slides of climate change and global warming and all that. But still I'll tell you, just 2 days ago, there was a big glacier. Which glacier is that? Abhi maine aage bola nahi what has happened. And I'm asking from the students actually. Do you know from which country that glacier was that gone melt down and it vanished the entire village? कौन से country का था? Yes. And do you know that there are, I think, multiple incidents, multiple things you are experiencing even from my hometown, Himachal. So I know that multiple things are happening, some landslides, kabhi Shimla mein ye ho gaya, because we know that the kind of development and cutting trees and all those things are happening there also. You were talking about Madam Mumbai, it's happening in my hometown also. There was a very big project where 1,000 trees were cut for developing that temple project. I will not speak about that. So multiple stories around India, you can see that how we are doing development. But how we do the development sustainably, so that's the question, and I think we need to think with some good solutions. So that is something, So we know that bringing nature to the cities, and all the three speakers have spoken about, so I will just skip those slides, and I will not teach you what is nature in the city. I think all of you know that. I need not to tell you that what is nature in the cities. You love when you are in a garden, you are in a park, you are living in a green area, you feel good, like you feel happy in that, right? That gives you pleasure because you feel fresh. Why? Because plants gives you oxygen, right? And the nature, the connection with the soil, the connection with the natural elements always make you happy. It keeps your health or well-being also good, right? I need not to tell you all that. So this we have already spoken about multiple times whenever I have come here. I will not talk about green cover also because most of the speakers have spoken about. So we can talk about global perspective also and India perspective also. So we have multiple statistics which are available on Google, and you people now need to know, explore your knowledge about that yourself also individually. Even the sea level rise, so I don't want to give you warning or something like that, but you know that this 1.5 degree, that particular alarming, for the earth will get warmer, 1.5 degree. So I think that's everyone's responsibility to look into that aspect. Maybe it's due to carbon emission, but the solution is always nature-based. So these are some of the urban centers where we are talking about heat. Yeah, thank you. So urban heat island, I think somebody has talked about. As an architect, I just want to know, would you guys know that what is urban heat island effect? Now you know very well, right? The temperature of the city is increasing because of the concretization. So naturally you need green, you need nature in the cities. Don't you think you need it? I need not to tell you that you need it. You know that you need it now because you are already staying in a concrete jungle. So these are, again, some of the, I have brought a lot of slides, but I don't want to run through about the urban resilience, and my earlier speakers have already spoken about rising sea levels, carbon sequestration and all that. So if you see the boundaries, I have already spoken about those planetary boundaries, and there are multiple consequences we have already experienced, and we are aware about that. So these are the, I think one of the speaker has already shown this also, the total green cover in Mumbai. If you see the statistics, you will see that how much green cover we have already lost. And these are some of the examples of different parts like Thane, Powai, and Malad and central Mumbai, where you can check it on the satellite images on the Google also. Due to the urbanization, how much green cover we have already lost. So that you can see on the Google itself. If I just open, you can see the before and after story. So Mithi River also, one of the speaker, it was one of the presentation slide earlier also. You know that when Mithi River, this starts from its source, and when it's a 18-kilometer stretch, when it passes through our city, so what the condition it is now, you know that. Now it becomes a nala. So that who's culprit for that? So don't you think that that's also part of the biodiversity, and this is a part of the nature of our city? Similarly, in urban living, we have multiple challenges, which basically tells us, which basically reminds us that what is the importance of nature to us. But if you see we are talking about Mumbai 3, and now you know that after Navi Mumbai, we are expanding to Mumbai 3 as well. So we are again, you know, when we are expanding, so again we are changing the land use. So when we change the land use, you know very well that we are basically again, you know, doing some sort of destruction to the nature. But how we do it in a balanced manner, how we set that harmony with the nature in such a way so that sustainable development happens. So we know that we need to, now Mumbai is very congested. We need to have, after Navi Mumbai is also very congested, but Mumbai 3, which we are expanding now, a lot of economical data centers, hubs, a lot of, you know, the corporate parks are coming there. But you know that how much land you need and what kind of transformation in the land use is going to happen, which is one of the planetary boundary already, which I have shown you in the 9 planetary boundaries. So that is also just, you know, thought. Please think about that. This is a question to all of the young gen who are sitting here. So don't you think we need green development or sustainable development? So whatever we are building new also, there also we need to design it sustainably. We need to bring biophilic design is a very, very important, which is really missing. If you see the existing scenario, hardly I found few buildings in Mumbai where I can see, you know, some greenery around the buildings. I think only CJ House or some of the commercial building I see where you have balconies and you have some creepers or some green area. Otherwise, it's just, you know, concrete box. So I can't talk about your, you know, all the time passive design or mud house or something. We are always, you know, we are staying in a city where all the concrete boxes are there. We can talk about glass window ratio. We can talk about thermal conductivity and all properties, technologies, blah, blah, blah. But how to bring nature to that building is very important, which I think you architects need to think upon, and landscape architect especially, very, very important. Because usme problem kya aata hai, whenever you say, oh, you make a green roof, you please do some vertical garden on that. Then you know what is the answer I get? They say, no, madam, structural load बढ़ जाएगा, you know, green roof pe, because it is not considered as a part of the structural planning. So, you know, these are the constants you people should know that in the future when you will start your practicing, so you will also face this problem. So please don't make it a problem, but design it in such a way that all your structural loads, everything, consider this nature element as an integral part of your planning, as an integral part of your building. So green roof is not separate something which you are designing separately. Green wall or vertical garden is not something which is, you know, something very different from your building design. Because sometimes people say, oh, madam, municipal corporation doesn't allow, you know, the creepers in the, what you call their parking podiums. They don't allow you because of security issue, this issue, that issue. I say, then how we will bring nature to the city? If you don't allow me to have those green walls, vertical gardens or green roofs, how we would talk about nature in the cities? That looks nice on the table on the plans. But practically, you need nature. You need to bring it to the, your buildings. So please guys, you need to think on that. So how you can do that, how you can fight with the policymakers, how you can convince them, and how you can become yourself policymaker and you can think about those policy interventions. That kind of leadership you need in the future. So just in 1 minute. So I said policy interventions. So yesterday in the climate budget, when I saw those, 2-3 things, I felt very happy. At least we have some budget. But I don't know how it will be executed and the result will be, but something is happening. So sometimes you say, something is better than nothing. So some good and positive attributes are there, but I feel that now everyone collectively, we all need to see these aspects from micro level inspection, एक बोलते ना एक गहरा चश्मा. We need to think that कि wherever I am staying in my building, how I respect green, how I respect my trees. Telling my children only save trees, plant trees and teaching them in the school is not sufficient. That will not help you. The kind of destruction we have already done to the environment. I'm telling you, the kind of destruction we have already done. So design should be really with the biophilic element, very, very important. And there are some architects, who are really focusing and very nice facade and recessed windows with biophilic design they are doing. But we want to see, the majority of architects does it. That will really help us to solve the problem. So these are some sort of, the global, I don't have time right now, but these are the global studies, global parks where they have designed in such a way where human intervention, human connection with the nature, and they have designed so beautifully. So we need such kind of things in India also, where designers are coming with the biophilic solutions, not only just the building and concrete boxes. So these are multiple case studies. So I think you must have seen these schools and other projects. And there are a lot of, even the Kerala also, we have this Toy Story, a lot of beautiful parks are there where you can see the connection with the children and nature. And also in the wildlife corridor, somebody talked about in the morning, which is very, very important. So we need to look into, I think Malabar is also one of the example. Recently it was opened and even my children got up at 4 o'clock and they went there next day. So that sort of, attraction you got when you something in your city, it comes. So naturally it attracts, your generation as well. So these are various examples across the world. Yeah. I think spongy city, I will not talk too much, but I think this is the most hot concept, okay, spongy city. You need to make your city spongy city. And how you can make it? That's very important, by increasing its permeability, by increasing its green cover, but which is a challenge. I'm again telling you, which is a challenge, but you need to really think on how we can make more grass pavers. We can look into the permeability of soil. All these aspects are so important. We need the best landscape designers, for our Mumbai's transformation. So these are some of our projects. I have only brought one slide. These are very smaller projects in Bombay, which are green certified, where you can see that this is the first is a Tata Power project in Vikhroli. It is an electrical substation. So they were not having the green area. So we told them to have green walls and all that. So some people got convinced and they start. Because anyway, sometime, the creepers also helps you. The green walls also helps you because it is also acting as a carbon sequestration if you select native species and the right species. Sometimes they also help you to reduce the carbon emissions. So there are multiple strategies you can use even in these challenges and constraints also. Just 1 minute, I'll show you. So these are various examples. These are some of our projects also. Next time we can talk on this. This is very, I would love this project, this is in Worli, Raheja Imperia 1 in the Worli. This is again a gold certified project. Most of the trees they have preserved and they have created, cutouts. And they have made the clubhouse above, and all these trees are coming up, pop up through the cutouts. So I feel that most of the architects, instead of cutting those trees, if they preserve, even in the high-rise building also, that would be really something great for Mumbai city. Even if you are doing high-rise building, still you need to think on that. So this is also very bad practice in Mumbai. I have seen, I think, sir, you must have observed that most of our trees are always, what we do? We put a lot of concrete and, we don't allow it to breathe. We don't even keep a small space so that water can percolate, or we can absorb rainwater. So that's a big problem in Bombay, and I think we can have some sort of these solutions when we can have permeable surfaces around the trees. So at least, these trees are for our betterment. I think we need to tell our policy makers, and we need to touch upon all these strategies. Similarly, I think community participation we have already talked about, and how we can look into the circular economy and the recyclable materials in the landscape aspects. Because I remember that there are a lot of startups who are using recycled plastic, converting that into benches and furniture. So we should encourage, those sort of aesthetics and in the landscape designing, and that's also very important to achieve the goal of circular economy. So these are this is my last slide, some of the society heroes who are doing very good work. You can go to the YouTube, there's a People Baba, and he has a lot of YouTube, he talks about how to preserve green, how you need to take care of your plants, etc. So these people are doing wonderful job. They have transformed their entire barren lands into big forest, wildlife forest. So we have a lot of heroes, we can get encouragement, and there are people are doing good work also. But those people, how we bring them to city, that is a challenge. So we need to become hero or heroines. We need to become ourselves. Because these people are doing their work in, tier 2, tier 3 cities, or some open land, wherever they got the opportunity to purchase that land. But here we need to work. All your architects who are sitting here, faculty members, everybody, I think wherever landscape architects, whatever buildings we are playing, let us not convince by the builders, let's convince them that you need to have green area in the building, otherwise we will not work for your building. So that should be I do that. I give them target that 30 to 45%. If you don't have green area as compared to the total site area, we will not give you platinum or gold rating. That is my first green foundation, and it is must. And most of the builders knows that. So this is what, we need to influence stakeholders in such a way so that everybody at micro level is adding contribution in the green. So that's what we can talk about nature in the city. Only the green spaces in some clusters and pocket won't help you. You need to bring nature to your built environment. You need to integrate it with your built environment. That's important. With this, I would like to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. You always bring to us in very simple words the complex concepts of the subject. And now we'll have the next session, which is the panel discussion. Students require a little bit of more energy to connect back to their minds. So let's have a very big round of applause for all the three speakers first. Free up our hands. Let the energy flow. Can't hear you. That corner is silent. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, and good evening. I'll request the volunteers to arrange the chairs and the setup for the panel discussion. As they are arranging this, I'll just make these simple announcements. We have a panel discussion around 15 minutes. Then we'll have a 5-minute session with the students with their questions. Students are advised to be alert and bring up their questions in a prompt fashion so that we can make optimum use of the time at hand. We will be concluding this panel discussion in 20 minutes. Then we will be going for lunch and visiting back after lunch in half an hour's time. So this session will be moderated by Professor Samir Sheikh, who is the head of the department of our urban design course, the Masters in Urban Design, a familiar and respected figure in Mumbai's academic circles. Samir has also shared his expertise as a visiting faculty member at several architecture colleges. Holding a master's degree in urban design from the University of Colorado, USA, and being an IGBC accredited professional, he is one of the most ideal moderators that we could have today for this particular session. We are confident that under his able guidance, our panel discussion shall be both insightful and thought-provoking for all of you. Yeah, can all the panelists please join? May I request the mics to be circulated? So, if you can give the mic to Samir sir. Over to you, Samir sir.
So we have three. Yeah, good morning, everybody. We'll keep this short. There's a lot to discuss. A lot has already been said, so my work is easier, right? So because I'll be just repeating what you guys have already said. But I think this session is more importantly for the students. So I would encourage all the students to listen very carefully. I hope you have made your notes, and we would like to hear more questions from your side than from anybody else, right? So without sort of wasting much time, we already have, all the presentations that we have heard. I had a lot of questions, though, right? But when I listened to all the talks, I cancelled most of my questions because you have explained it so well. You have sort of covered everything, right? So what I would like to do is for all three of you, there's one question you can answer in maybe 2 or 3 sentences very quickly. That question is, how do we define nature in the city context? Right now, when we talk about nature as in itself, it's very easy, right? We say, okay, nature is this, it's plants, air, water, soil. But when we talk about city, it's all about development, it's all about infrastructure, it's about people, it's about transportation. So, and then now we're talking about nature in the city. So how would you define that? How would you define nature when it comes to the city context? Very, very quickly. You can start. Shweta can start.
Yeah. So I think I covered some of this in my talk, where I think in the context of a city in particular, you cannot really look at nature also as pristine nature, something that needs to be kept away or protected or preserved away from human habitation. In fact, nature is interspersed in in all the urban habitats. Public beaches are also nature, and that's basically also public space that communities use. And I think, therefore, one needs to look at nature also as something. On one hand, human beings may destroy nature, and that is why there was this impulse to protect nature from human beings. But on the other hand, we also see many landscapes such as RA, where nature is actually thriving as an outcome of human intervention. So it's about, I think we ought to reconfigure our attitudes towards nature, our perceptions of nature, and see how we can sustain it in a more integrated manner.
Right. So redefining the concept of nature in the city is
and
very
look
much
at
required.
the social aspects, and look at the interrelationships between nature and communities and how humans respond to it.
Right. Yeah. Shavi?
I think for me it's very simple. If all of us can step out of our houses, our workplaces, and reach a natural space of respite, where we're one with any natural element, it could be a beach, it could be a lake, then nature is in our city.
Right.
That's what it would be.
Right. So
think
it's
then we'll be
basically,
successful.
it may not be in its truest form, but it has its relationship with the human being, right? So it's kind of
I think we have to coexist.
in a way. Okay, all right. That makes sense. Malaji.
Yeah, according to me, if we talk about nature connection with us, so it is not like how when I want to go to the Juhu beach from Goregaon, I know that it will take 2 hours for me in the traffic. So I would prefer to have nature at my home, because everything starts with you, you can become the change yourself. So I feel having some garden or wherever, even in indoor plants, something, my connection with the nature, I want to set up from my home, then from my society level. Then I know that I can go to somewhere, to have maybe weekends or something. But I'm telling you the practical thing, which is doable in city like Mumbai.
Right.
In today's condition.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very practical way of looking at it. Very, very practical way of looking at it, which is very, very important. A question to Chavi now. Since you have done projects, architecture projects in the country and abroad, what are, the question first arrives is, why should we do this? Right? I mean, sometimes it seems a very obvious question that yes, we need nature in the city, but then before that, if we can answer this question of why do we do it, right? I'm not saying we answer that question right now, but it's something that we need to think about. Assuming that yes, we definitely need to have a planning where infrastructure, buildings, city, nature, all are coexisting. What are some of the advantages for people from a health and well-being point of view? Right? You did talk about landscape where you can sit and so what are some of the advantages from a health and well-being point of view? Secondly, what are some of the best practices that you or your firm has used to sort of integrate nature with the project? And thirdly, what is the what can architects in general do? It's not just what you have done, but in general, the bigger question is what are some of the best practices that architects can use?
Okay, it's loaded. Let me go one by one. So I would say first you asked about what are the health and well-being benefits. There have been a lot of studies on how being in close proximity or in engagement with nature on a day-to-day basis helps your mental well-being, improves your cognitive abilities, improves your physical parameters of blood pressure and all of that. I think that's one thing, but that's established. I think if I have to link that back to our practice, one thing that we do is we do design a lot for senior living environments and for healthcare environments. And I think for both these specifically, apart from, education is also important, which I showed a project on. For senior living and healthcare, I think any rehabilitation or longevity, well-being can only come about when you are one with nature. If we were to remove nature from the equation and try to treat people or try to have better well-being for our seniors, it's going to be much tougher with as much as medical science were to progress and as much as we can do all that. It just becomes far more easier with dementia patients and all of that. It has been proven that being in nature or being connected to nature on a day-to-day basis has a direct impact on health. So I think there are no two ways about that. The second part of what are the best practices, I think there is no one solution. It starts with where you are. Every land parcel, every development, every project is different, and the solution to that would be different. So the first thing to do is to, be cognizant of where you're designing, what is the context you're designing, try to sensitize yourself to that. And I think all of us, I would speak for all of us as professionals, we all do that. So, and then it is, I think as architects, we also end up being people who educate everyone. I mean, what Malaji was talking about, trying to educate our clients as to why, natural components are important, trying to educate contractors about construction practices and how those can be more sustainable, trying to, have services and infrastructure consultants take up systems which are far more sustainable, circular in nature. So I think architects are wearing a multi-pronged hat in this case, where we are trying to take all stakeholders along towards this journey on sustainability and circularity and integrating nature in the developments.
Right. I think your point about having nature, because a lot of stress that we have in the city is because there's so much of less green space, and just on a weekend, if you go to a forest area or go for a hike, it just releases a lot of stress, right? And it sort of invigorates you to a large extent. My next question to Shweta, since your work has been around that aspect a lot, is how do you encourage public participation or participatory planning or engagement of the people in aspects of nature that are close to themselves? For example, Malaji was saying, do you know the trees? Do you know what's happening around you? Do you know what kind of soil this is? Do you know what kind of bird is sitting there? That sort of thing, right? Sort of people engaging themselves, and especially the RA forest area also. So how do you? Is there a way to engage the people and make them participate more, so that it's more equitable at the end of the day?
I think I would say that people are already aware. Like I don't see my role as kind of trying to make people aware or get them to be interested, because I feel that in a lot of the public opposition to some of these infrastructure projects which were destructive to certain habitats and ecosystems, it was communities and people who already came together, to resist it, because they cared about it. They were associated with that landscape. They have been going there. RA, although it was a mill colony and government land, it was not restricted to people. People have always historically had an association with RA. Then there are also Adivasi communities and the fisher community, where they are directly linked to those ecosystems for their sustenance and livelihood.
Right.
So in that sense, I don't think our role is so much to make them aware of, how, the significance of these ecosystems. However, I think as professionals and as academics, our role is also to participate in the discourse, because I think with the RA case, the whole discourse was being limited to just trees and forests. I think it was important to start talking about catchment areas, wildlife corridors, to create a better understanding which would actually strengthen the public movement which was already there.
Right.
And in case of Worli, it was in fact the fishers who knew their intertidal practices best. We were, in fact, did not know about it. I had to learn from them. And it was just simply translating that knowledge in a format which could be tendered in the High Court. So I think our role is more to position ourselves within these existing struggles over nature and how to strengthen those or how to support those. So that's how I see my role as a kind of
Right. Right. I mean, it's very important because, like you said, most of these people who are part of that nature or natural setting know more about it than anybody else. Than they already.
But I think it is about articulating it,
Right.
creating certain maps,
Right.
creating some kind of knowledge which people can then use, or
Right.
in terms of our technical kind of capacities. And a lot of the development reports, like the DPRs, etc., are very inaccessible to the general public. Nobody is going to read a 500-page report. So our role then is to read those documents, understand the legalities and the technicalities, and put it in a simple format into the public domain so that more people have access to that information.
Right. So before we open it up for student questions, just one last question for Malaji is, you have been a part of IGBC and you're looking at buildings and how to make them sustainable. Now we're talking about a larger picture about nature in the city. How do you think we can make that, whatever the discourse we are having right now, how do we start, making that a part of the policy? Whether in an incremental manner or, as a general policy.
Yeah. So as you know, the green building has taken a lot of shape, in terms of growth. And the government is already acknowledging, and some of few aspects are already integral part of the policy, like by giving incentives or by other mean. But if you see the mandates of current policies, then green buildings has become, in the government building is already a mandate, okay, where you are coming up with the development of government projects. But in a private project, sometime it is voluntary from the developer side, but on the other hand, sometime you have higher FSI or benefits. So when in a DCR, there is a higher FSI benefit to the builders, except only the MCGM is not included in that, but other areas are having that benefit. So builders goes behind that. So they do that 30% or 40% green area, which I talked about. So I'm not worried about that, where green buildings does and all that. I was just thinking when you were talking about equity in green area distribution, which is a right of every human being. I stay in Goregaon West, Garden Estate. So whenever, I was standing in the morning on the 20th floor, there is a Bhagat Singh Nagar Chawl, which is a lakhs of jugis are there. So I know the benefits of green. We can talk about we know that in ancient Veda, it's written that what are the benefits of nature and green. It's not a new subject to us. But I was just thinking that how these people are going to have a better quality of life, oxygen, how they connect them with the nature. There is hardly a tree in that 1 lakh of jugis, that you see. And if you talk about कि अरे ये तो redevelopment में जाएगा, अभी building बनेगी, उसको 20 साल लगेगा, 30 साल लगेगा. But the people who are staying there, what is the nature for them? Are we thinking on that aspect also?
Right.
Present life,
Right.
I'm talking about that.
I mean, so in some way it should find its way into
ये
our
चिंतन
planning.
भी करना पड़ेगा ना. You mentioned चिंतन and मनन, तो ये भी जरूरी है ना. All sections of the society, that's very important.
So in some way it should find its way into our planning documents, because currently it's not. Our current planning
सर उसमें
documents are
एक
not
झुग्गी में
about
आपको
nature
वहाँ
at
अंदर
all.
गली में जाने की जगह नहीं है, तो वहाँ पे आप प्लानिंग के लिए कैसे जाओगे? मतलब इट्स अ वेरी बिग चैलेंज, वेरी बिग चैलेंज.
Exactly.
Really, it came in my mind, when I every time, and there is that nala going on with plastic thing and all that. I was telling her that from last week it was clean. And every day I was writing to corporator and sending the videos to her. And just last week I saw it's cleaned. JCB was there, but the minister has come there for opening the school and all that. So area was clean. So how we can see these things, in a continual manner, these things happens, for the betterment of society, all section of the communities, how we bring change and look into the policy intervention for everybody in an equitable manner. That is also important.
So I think that was a great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is in
exactly.
lead.
Exactly.
Yeah. In IGBC, we have a green city rating system which has been awarded to PCMC and PMC already. For Mumbai, we were just thinking that how we can look into that aspect of all the parameters are met, which still it is a challenge. Because you know that road widening and the encroachments, there are multiple issues, which can't be just, even I know that I am in Andheri West, I work there. Every day took 1 hour for me to reach to my home. Just 10 or 12 minutes just drive actually it is there. So there are multiple aspects, and multiple constraints and challenges in city where we stay. So we need to think the solutions where we can cope up with these problems also, and we can do the development sustainably also. We need to think in a very practical approach. So it's not just, the just table design work.
Sir, our students also want to have some questions.
Yeah. So keep the questions as questions, not comments. Keep it short and direct it to a particular person.
Can I request the volunteers to carry the mic behind for the students?
Yeah, they can stand.
One mic. Behind there, that corner. Anybody? Moving to this corner here. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. So my question is to Mala ma'am actually. So your presentation was so beautiful, and there was one slide where you're talking about the smaller projects which in Mumbai, which were connected to IGBC. So there was one project where I saw that there's vertical walls, green walls. So like builders, where they don't have space, they'll do a vertical green wall. So I come from a horticulture background, so we do horticulture projects, and then we do it in the beginning. The builder gets the rating or whatever, and it is all green in the initial stage. But after a few months, since green wall is not in ground, so they, even if it's native, they won't be able to sustain on their own. So after a few months, the maintenance not there, the whole wall will be empty.
I know.
So is there any certain, condition in your IGBC so that, once you're doing, there is some way you can see through the maintenance, so it's seen in a
Even you see, we have come up with a new standard. Where, like, we certify products, green certified products, and we have IGBC 13,500 products which are green certified. Similarly, we have a standard now for the facility companies who maintain those properties. Okay, so that standard include this particular aspect of maintaining that greenery or green space and all electromechanical equipment, etc. So that's integral part of that agency, maybe JLL, Knight Frank, or any agency who's handling that project in terms of maintenance. But as you rightly said, that even sometime in the real estate player, they remove themselves that green wall. Oh, I can't maintain that, who will do that? But now this thing, I am urging and fighting with the builders that you please make it as an integral part of your maintenance, and you put TSLA guidelines to the society people also once you hand over the stuff to them. So that's very important. So after 3 years, when you go for the revalidation of rating, so these things need to be ensured. So what it was integral part of the design, so that is maintained with the same intent or not. So that's very important. Yeah. Thank you, beta. Done.
My question is for Smita ma'am. First of all, your presentation was quite an eye-opener for all of us. And so we all know about... Okay, hi ma'am, I'm Nikita. I'm a student of Landscape Masters. So my question is that we all know about RA forests. So how can we balance economic growth as well as environmental sustainability?
I think one needs to understand that development, protecting nature. This is working now. Am I audible? Yeah. So I think one needs to understand. See, a lot of times people, the government also, it kind of characterizes any kind of resistance to infrastructure or any kind of project as anti-development. So environmentalists are generally perceived like that. However, I think that the idea is not simply to oppose any kind of development. I think there is also an argument inherent in that what kind of development is appropriate to that place, you know. And it was very interesting that the metro car shed, people also say that, you know, the metro car shed is such a small area, RA is such a big area, why are people making fuss about, you know, a few hectares of land being developed for the metro, and, you know, what is the big deal about it? It wasn't even a forest to begin with, you know. However, when the government had an alternative that they could have placed the metro car shed, and there was a plot in BKC, which was, you know, and suggested as an alternative, you know, it was one of the options. They chose to select RA because the land value or the economic value of land in BKC was much higher than RA, and they wanted to do a commercial project there. So I think that when citizens come together and question the government, it also makes them, you know, it's about rethinking the priorities of the city. Is the city simply about economic development and meaningless economic development, or can citizens also have a say in how the city ought to be shaped? And I think that is what the discourse is about. It is not about one versus the other, but what, and RA is also not a preserve forest, it was a dairy. In fact, it was a state welfare program that developed a dairy there. So possibly that is a sustainable use for that area. Now the tabelas are being shifted out because they want to, you know, again benefit from the increasing land values. So we need to see that what are the values that we are kind of, you know, looking at. Is it use values of existing spaces? Is it ecological values? Or are we only simply looking at value in terms of exchange value? And that is something that we need to ask.
I'm sorry, due to very tight time schedule, we'll have to request the students to hold their horses for their questions, and they can use the next session as an opportunity to bring those questions as well. Samir sir is already here, and with this panel discussion, I would like to take us to the next stage. We'll request our Honorable Principal, Dr. Professor Anand Acharya sir, to felicitate our speakers here today. Can I request the volunteers to come up here? Sir. Architect Shweta Wagh. Architect Chavi Lal. Dr. Mala Singh. And our moderator, Architect Samir Sheikh. If you can please, I'll request Anand sir back. Make the city greener, more the merrier. I'll request all the panelists to join us on the dais. We'll take a moment, a special moment, frozen in time. Let's have a good photograph. Special pose. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so it's 1:30 now. We'll expect all the students to reach back here. We'll be starting the next session sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We're breaking for lunch. I'll request our volunteers to usher our guests to the first floor library for the lunch arrangements. If the volunteers can be around here, please.
Students, quickly settle down. Hear me? I'm landscape architect Uttara Nalaude from Masters of Landscape Architecture Department. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, speakers, guests, faculty, and students who have joined us today. We've had an engaging morning and meaningful talks and a very interesting panel discussion setting the stage for Conclave 2025. We would now like to begin with our next segment with the theme, Learning from Nature. In this segment, we shall be having a brief presentation by the students of Masters of Landscape Architecture, followed by 3 guest speakers and a panel discussion. Each speaker is allotted 20 minutes, and we humbly request you to keep to the time. I would now like to call upon stage our student speakers of second year Masters of Landscape Architecture, Architect Ruchi Kapoor and Architect Nikita Mahale, and also faculty for Masters of Landscape Architecture, Digvijay Shil.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So in this Masters in Landscape Architecture course, we actually majorly focused in first in sensitizing students about environment and ecological systems. Then we try to develop their design fundamentals and also nurture all these ideas through the sustainability and resilience lenses. And then we provide them essential, technological guidance and all we provided to them to make it possible to showcase in front of everyone. So to get a good essence of Masters in Landscape Architecture projects and what they have done earlier, so I would like to call Ruchi Kapoor and Nikita Mahale to present a short presentation in front of you. Thank you.
Hello.
Visibility will be better than this.
I would now request them to please share their thoughts. Thank you. I would now request them to please share their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchi and Nikita, for sharing your thoughts and learning from nature. It's been a memorable 1 year with the first batch of both students and teachers of Masters of Landscape Architecture program. The program has surely been an instrument to enhance this learning. Nature teaches us harmony, resilience, and wisdom of interconnected systems. Ian Megach, through his ecological vision, urged us to design with nature and not against it. In tribute and honor to Ian Megach, I would like to conclude by his profound words, a prayer quoted by him in the book Design with Nature. Matter of this is the cosmos, sun, earth, and life made. Sun, shine that we may live. Earth, home. Oceans, ancient home. Atmosphere, protect and sustain us. Clouds, rain, rivers, and streams replenish us from the sea. Plants, live and breathe that we may breathe, eat, and live. Animal, kin. Decomposers reconstitute the wastes of life and death so that life may endure. Man, seek the path of benign planetary enzyme. Aspire to be the world's physician. Heal the earth and thyself. Thank you. I would now like to welcome our first guest speaker for this segment. He shall be joining us virtually from Singapore. So is this ready?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, sir. Hello? Hello, sir, we cannot hear you. Can you hear us, sir? Yes. Hello, sir. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you as yet. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Damian, can you try speaking now? ये तूने म्यूट किया क्या? तेरा माइक म्यूट है क्या? Mr. Damian, can you hear me now?
Testing?
Yes,
Can
we
you
can
hear?
hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, okay. We are good to go.
Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't touch anything just now.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
on the big screen with everyone now.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes.
A warm welcome to you. Let us give a warm welcome to landscape architect Damian Tang. He is the founder of URDX Studio, an accredited landscape architect, fellow member of Singapore Institute of Landscape Architects, and a chairman IFLA Asia Pacific Advisory Board. Architect Damian Tang is an award-winning landscape architect known globally for pioneering human-centric and regenerative design. He is the founder of URDX Studio, the design consultancy behind the user-driven regenerative design experience. With over 2 decades of public sector leadership, architect Damian served as former senior design director in Singapore's National Parks Board, where he led transformative urban nature projects that elevated Singapore's international standing in biophilic urbanism. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the public sector, architect Damian was honored with the National Day Public Administration Medal in 2020 by President of the Republic of Singapore. He has also received 3 Ministers' Awards for leading high-impact national projects that significantly shaped the urban and ecological landscape of Singapore. Architect Damian currently serves as the Director General of the Circular Cities Network, a non-profit platform uniting 8 global organizations in advancing regenerative and circular urbanism. He also chairs the advisory board of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, IFLA, Asia Pacific region, and former president of IFLA Asia Pacific region. He is also a visiting professor for Xi'an University of Architecture and Technology and an invited guest professor for Northwest Agriculture and Forestry University, College of Landscape Architecture and Arts. He holds a bachelor's degree of architecture and master's of landscape architecture from the University of Melbourne and has completed executive education at University of Cambridge Judge Business School and certificate program in managing anxiety and mental health from Harvard University. His talk is titled Nature is Not Outside, Designing for the Nature Within. With no further ado, I request architect Damian Tang to take the stage virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I just check that everyone can see my PowerPoint? Yes, okay, great. So I will start straight away. Now, a very good afternoon, nearly evening on my side. We are 2.5 hours away. Today, basically, I want to share with you something really, different from how we look at nature, because the theme learning from nature is really something very exciting. But at the same time, I want to share with you from a different perspective, because I know many of you in this room are seasoned architects, landscape architects, educators. You probably know, say, 70, 80 to even 90% of a lot of topics, in what we're actually going to talk about today. So I'm not going to repeat what you already know. I'm actually here to reframe, to challenge, to stir the pot just a little so that we can break away from the familiar and maybe, just maybe, so that we can create space for bold thinking and some paradigm shifting solutions. So let me start with something a little provocative. What if I told you, that nature is not outside, just like, what you see on this headings of this or this title. And think about it. When we ask ourselves, if we ask ourselves, what is nature? Is nature a who, a what, a where, or how? Is nature outside and out there? So what exactly do I mean by nature within? And what can we learn from it? So this isn't just a metaphor, it's a shift in how we design. And this is probably later you'll find out, the things that I do in the URDX. It is a shift in how we understood cities, spaces, and even ourselves. So let me just unpack that slowly over the course of my slides. So let's start by shaking up some common assumption. The idea that nature is something we go to. We know the phrase, let's visit nature this weekend, let's look at the nature out there. But here's the truth. We don't visit nature. We are nature. And a lot of time we actually forgot about that. Human beings, a lot of people may say human beings are part of nature. That's true. But at the same time, I want to emphasize we are nature. The forest isn't just a place out there. It mirrors something deep within us, our own inner ecosystem of rhythms, cycles, and renewal. Yet, when we design our cities, when we design and plan our buildings, our parks, our streets, we often act as if nature is this separate entity, something to contain, something to decorate with, or occasionally, retreat into. And this separation is not just conceptual, it's consequential. It contributes to ecological imbalance. So it even wears out our mental and emotional well-being. And perhaps most profoundly, it creates a spiritual disconnection from the very system that sustains us. So what if we begin from a very different place? That humans are not users of nature. We are expressions of it. And so I want to ask you, what if our buildings breathe with us? What if cities weren't escapes from nature but returns to ourselves? So that is the reframing I hope to provoke in today's conversation. So I believe most, if not all of you, are familiar with the term biophilia. Biophilia speaks to something deep in our wiring, our innate pull towards nature, towards greenery, towards life. It's not just an aesthetic preference, it's biological, emotional, even spiritual. And that makes sense, right? Because at our core, we are nature. But here's the uncomfortable truth. We don't always act like that. In fact, most of the time, we act and design against nature. We extract from it, we isolate ourselves from it, we forget we are in it, or we forget we are it. We are the only species that build habitats that systematically disconnect us from the ecosystems that gave rise to us. We are the only species that I must say, we may say humans are just another species of mammal, yes, but if we are honest, we have become a selfish one. We have prioritized convenience over coexistence, progress over presence. So the question is not whether we love nature. We clearly do. The question is, are we willing to work with it again to design as part of nature and not apart from it? So, because of our greed, our appetite to dominate, to accumulate, to control, we have taken more than we ever truly needed. Like the alpha predator of the ecosystem, except, we are not just hunting to survive, we are extracting to access. And in doing so, we push the balance past its tipping point. We have altered climates, we have depleted resources, we have destabilized the entire systems, ecological, social, emotional. So the climate crisis we face today is not just a byproduct of industrial progress. It's a reflection of a deeper crisis, one of disconnection, disconnected from the very nature we belong to. So if we are honest, this crisis is human-made. I believe all of us do realize that. Not by accident, but by accumulation, by design. Which is why we as architects, planners, landscape architects, ecologists, whatever we have as professions, as stewards, we have the responsibility both to, and also the opportunity to design a different path forward. Now, but it doesn't stop at greed. We are also frankly irresponsible. The way we consume and the way we dispose of what we consume is staggering. Unlike any other species, we generate waste we cannot digest. We discard materials we cannot return to the earth, and because of our actions, our unchecked consumption, our careless design, our disconnection from nature, people suffer. So, this brings us to the conversation that's been gaining real momentum, especially amongst us as architects and landscape architects, regenerative design. Now, it's not entirely new. In fact, the seeds of regenerative design began sprouting in the 1970s, both born from ecological design and systems thinking. One of the key voices then was John Tillman, he posed a powerful idea. What if we design our built environment to function like ecosystem, self-sustaining, interdependent, constantly renewing? That idea started a ripple. Then in the early 2000s, Bill Reed and the Regenerative group took it even further, shaping it into a holistic approach. One that didn't just aim to minimize harm, but to actively restore and improve the systems we live within. So while sustainability says let's do less damage, regeneration says let's leave it better than we found it. But regenerative design says let's design it better than we found it. I hope you get that. Okay, now let me just shift the lens towards Singapore for a while. In light of everything we have just unpacked, there's even more urgent call for regenerative urban development, especially in land-scarce nations like Singapore. Here we don't have the luxury of endless land. We can only conserve so much. So we must and we can innovate smarter, design better, design better, and live more harmoniously. Traditionally, sustainable urban development has made good strides, improving public transport, reducing energy consumption in buildings, growing our green spaces, recycling more, etc. But even sustainability has limits. What we need now is regenerative design. Because regenerative urban planning asks us to look beyond infrastructure and towards social systems, ecological systems, and most importantly, human well-being, our social system that is beyond just amongst each other, but within us. So it's not just about reducing our footprint, it's about increasing our positive impact. When cities are designed this way, they don't just work better, they help us feel better, and they help us live better. So if I were to summarize the focus of landscape architecture in Singapore for me over the past 20 years in my practice, it will come down to these four key pillars. Biophilic cities, designing urban environments that connect people deeply with nature. Biophilic environment, weaving greenery and ecological richness into the fabric of our everyday spaces. Nature-based solutions, using natural systems to solve urban challenges like flooding, heat, and biodiversity loss, and some even more. And lastly, therapeutic environments for the community, creating restorative spaces that support mental wellness and mental health challenges. We know this is not the end of our journey. They are the foundation, and now we must build on them to move from restorative spaces to regenerative experiences. So let's come back to that provocation I began with. What do we really mean by nature within? So this is where URDX, which stands for User-Driven Regenerative Design Experience, begins to shift the conversation. Because regeneration isn't just something that happens to ecosystem. It's something that must happen within us. And the way we design spaces, how they flow, how they feel, how they engage our senses and emotions has a profound effect on the inner landscape. We are talking about mental regeneration, emotional regeneration, even physiological regeneration. In other words, we design not just for the environment, also for the experience inside, the emotional being of us inside. So URDX doesn't start with function, it starts with the user, with the human being who walks through the space, feels the space, breathes in that moment, because our well-being and our perception can be deeply influenced by the environments we move through. So today, we will explore this idea. What does it mean to design for inner regeneration? And what can we learn from it? And how can we build cities that don't just heal the earth, but also heals us? Now, before we dive deeper into the URDX methodology, let me share a simple story. One that some of you might already know is often attributed to Albert Einstein, and whether he actually said it or not, the wisdom still stands. So one day, 7 animals were told to take the same exam. And the exam, climb that tree. Now, of course, the monkey did it effortlessly. But what about the elephant, the fish, the bird, the seal? Clearly, not everyone was designed to climb trees, yet they were all being judged on that one ability. And that's the truth behind this parable. Equal treatment is not always fair treatment. This is a critique of the one-size-fits-all approach, especially in education, but also in many areas of life, and yes, even design. Every child learns differently. Every person moves through space differently. They sense, feel, and perceive differently. So, and some of their strengths don't emerge early or loudly, but doesn't mean they aren't there. So does this relate to design? Well, what if we apply the same logic to our built environments? What if we stop assuming that one design can fit all experiences and instead begin designing for the diversity of human experience? So this is where the user-driven regenerative design truly begins. Let me give you another example, one that comes from ornithology, study of birds. Now, would it be fair to say all birds are the same, so we can design one single habitat for all of them? Of course not. And you probably know better. We know that birds, or more accurately avifauna, are an incredibly diverse groups. Some feed on grains, some on nectars, some others on fruits. There are herbivores, carnivores, omnivores. Some soar high, wide, others stay close to the ground. Some need dense canopy cover, others prefer open skies or water edges. They have different flight paths, different wing shapes, different levels of stamina, and most importantly, different survival strategies. So what do we do as designers of ecological habitats? We observe, we differentiate, we design accordingly. And if you are willing to do that for birds, shouldn't we be doing that with even more intention for people? Because human beings aren't one species unless we all look like animals. With one universal behavior pattern, we carry with us different emotions, experiences, traumas, needs, and joys. And that's why user-driven design and URDX is about seeing those differences and shaping spaces to meet them. So when we walk into a destination, whether it's a shopping mall, a hospital, a park, or a transit hub, we don't all arrive with the same mindset. Some come with purpose, others just to pass time. Some are joyful, some are anxious, some are just tired. And we come from different cultural backgrounds, different life experiences, and different states of being. Mentally, emotionally, even physiologically. Some may even come stressed after work. Others may come in groups, loud, excited. Some just need a quiet corner to breathe. So, what we do, we don't just ask what is this space for. We ask who is coming here and what do they bring with them. Because when we start to understand the user's personas, their emotions, intentions, and even their unspoken needs, we begin to design spaces that truly respond, not one size fits all, but many sizes for many states, all layered into one seamless experience. That's how we start designing, not just for function, but for feeling. So let's go even deeper. It's not just that we are different people. is that we are many people, depending on the role we are carrying in that moment. And with each role comes a different kind of stress, a different emotional landscape. There is the stress of a worker juggling deadlines, performance reviews, and job security. There is the stress of a leader having to stay composed while managing conflict, responsibility, and constant decision making. There's the stress of a parent trying to be present for your child while balancing everything else. And the stress of a caregiver. And sometimes you carry multiple roles at once. So when someone enters a space, we're not just designing for a visitor or a user. We are designing for someone who may be mentally overloaded, emotionally depleted, physically exhausted, and yet still trying to show up in the world. So we as URDX, we recognize this. We see the person beneath the persona, and we ask, how can this space may help them breathe, regroup, reconnect? And that is where human-centered regenerative design begins. Now, here is where it gets exciting. The application of regenerative design has gone beyond landscape, buildings, and ecosystems. In recent years, it starts to merge. In fact, it is from the neuroscience, psychology, and environmental designs that it actually branch out in different varying channels, and also during the different times in the past 10 years, extending its principles into something even more powerful: human health, mental well-being, emotional renewal. We are now seeing a convergence where cognitive science, emotional triggers, and spatial design all intersect. And it's leading us to ask bigger, more meaningful questions. How does this space make someone feel before they even know it? What neurochemical response does this lighting, this texture, this layout evoke? Can we design environments that heal, not just through plants and materials, but through how a space holds, sends us, and supports our state of being? So this is the frontier, and this is the push towards the inner regeneration. Now, I have the privilege to work with several universities in the capacity of a visiting and guest professor. And one of the most fascinating areas we explored was landscape wellness through the lens of neuroscience. This photo shows what we did at the Northwest Agriculture and Forestry University with the PhD students. We weren't just asking, is this space beautiful? We were asking, how does the human mind actually respond to different environments? And what we discovered through those studies was powerful. Different types of environments can trigger very different neurochemical responses. Some settings calm the amygdala, others activate reward system, some reduce cortisol, which is about reducing stress. Others elevate oxytocin, dopamine, or even serotonin, all the building blocks of emotional well-being. In other words, our brains are constantly reacting to space, even when we are not conscious of it. So what does this mean for us as
hello,
designers?
Sir. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
You have 5 more minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when we get it right, we align design with how the mind-body actually work, and we don't just create spaces that function. And this is exactly what neuro design reminds us, that our brain are not neutral observers of space. They are active participants, and certain elements like fractals in nature, natural lights, texture, scents, and sounds, and so on, actually starts to influence us and how we can design with it. So it tells that our bodies and our brains are wired to co-regulate with nature, even when it's not wild nature, but a designed, imagined, or a simulated version. So yes, the rustle of leaves outside the window is more than ambience, it's medicine. And that's why every material, sound, form, and sequence we place into space matters. Now, this is the 4 zones experiential journey I use in design, but I won't dive deep into it because of time. So first one is really designing for entry, where this is where people arrive. When people arrive is where first impression, mental framing, and initial emotional states are set. Next is the transition. This is the in-between spaces, the corridor, the path, the approach. Then we come to the core. This is where the main purpose of space happens, the treatment, the activity, the gathering, the performance. And lastly, the exit, often overlooked but so important. Exits are just about living, and they are about reflecting, integrating, and carrying the experience with you. And a good exit leaves someone with a feeling of closure, transformation, or hope. The next one is really just a snapshot to let you see that we have this methodology of a structured approach to experiential design. So again, I will just briefly whisk through user profiling. We go into the user personas profiling, sequencing, understanding how we go through spaces, mapping the neurochemicals that we have, the experiential innovation that comes with it, and the 5 senses programming. So in the last few slides, here are some of the selected scientific research and papers, theories that we have studied and we systematically apply into the whole methodology. So this one basically talks about how people predict their future emotional states based on the sequence and framing of experiences. The peak-end rule, how people judge an experience largely based on its peak, most intense point and its end, not the average, not by the average and the experience. So the sequencing matters. And of course, there is also, how people become emotionally and cognitively absorbed into a story if the events are sequenced meaningfully. So it is a way to logically and emotionally put everything in coherence to create this deeper connection. And of course, humans seek to satisfy 3 needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness over time, and how we can design that. And lastly, emotional experience of art, space, and aesthetic is temporal, and it has meaning, but how do we unfold it over time? So our brain processes complex aesthetics and emotional stimuli sequentially. So because of time, I won't go into it, and I just want to mention that while you may think URDX is a company name that I have or I founded this, but actually it's more of a methodology tool, a process, an evolution that I want people to be aware of. And because that this is an evolution, it will evolve as the science and also research, becomes more developed in this area, in the built environment, with environment that don't just meet the needs, but actively restore, uplift, and transform. So with this, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. It really broadened our view about nature and the human nature divide. You have rightly brought forward that our built spaces should be designed with natural rhythms and emotional needs. Present and future cities should be not just for habitation, but places for healing too. Thank you so much for your insights and inspiring the Conclave 2025. We would like you to join for the panel discussion sometime later. So please remain logged in for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me now call upon our next speaker of the day from Bangalore, architect Prashant Dhawan. Architect Prashant Dhawan is the co-founder of Biomimicry India Network and Biomimicry India, a company which designs and delivers learning experience, undertakes consultancy and research in the field of biomimicry. He has obtained a Master of Science degree in biomimicry from Arizona State University and a biomimicry professional certification from an institute in USA. He also holds a degree in architecture from SPA Delhi and an MBA from ISB Hyderabad. He has over 29 years of work experience, which includes designing and delivering learning experiences in biomimicry. Prashant sir is a TEDx speaker and has delivered 2 TEDx talks on biomimicry and has also delivered a keynote talk at the 29th annual INCO's International Symposium at USA. He has conducted biomimicry workshops and talks for various institutes and corporations, which include Mercedes-Benz, Marico Limited, TVS, Rolls-Royce, and many more. And also at the Anand Fellowship program in Ahmedabad. He considers himself an amateur researcher of issues related to sustainable happiness and well-being. He shall be speaking on biomimicry, city as a bioregional forest. With no further ado, I request
Right? Okay, so can everybody hear me? People at the back rows? Okay, great. So we're just waiting for the presentation. So urban living in equilibrium with nature in the city, that's the theme of the conference. And I have titled the talk as Biomimicry City as a Bioregional Forest. I do not intend to give any information or knowledge, but I want to provoke some conversations. And I do not pretend to be an expert. I would say that as a Indian, I am a seeker of what is right for the way we live, the way we design. So what I would do is we will pose 4 questions to ourselves, and I'm going to provoke that what would nature do here, right? And the answer doesn't come from me, but that answer could give us, sometimes they say it's not as important to have the right answer, but you have the right question. So I'm going to provoke that are we asking the right questions? So urban living in equilibrium with nature in the city. Now let's put our hand on the heart. And if this conference was happening in 1970, 1990, 2010 or 2020, actually you wouldn't know. Isn't it true? See, the fact is, we've discussed it for the longest of time. Har baar wohi, right? So the question is, or solutions, be quite honestly, you go back, look at some conference 50 years ago, probably you'll find similar solutions being talked about. So today I want to say कि भाई जब पता ही है तो हो क्यों नहीं रहा, right? Shouldn't we be asking? So I am going to provoke today. Let's get down to it. एक तरफ तो you have AI, you have this, और दूसरी तरफ you have this. So problem कहाँ है? Shouldn't we be asking? So those are the questions, and I think as students of today, 95% of the time you can work for your survival, but 5% be audacious. You should think about why are things not happening. And that couldn't be your secret space, 5% of audacity, of hope, of doing things differently. So we are going to ask these 4 questions. Are we framing the issue correctly? कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि हम issue ही गलत तरह से frame कर रहे हैं, right? Second, what is to be done? कौन तय करेगा? Who will decide? करना क्या है? Parks बनाने हैं, ornamental gardens बनाने हैं, right? Decide कौन करेगा? And कैसे करेंगे, right? These are questions. Is it making sense? Are you with me? Aren't these fundamental questions? Simple English. करना क्या है, right? So let's begin with, are we framing the issue right? If you put your hand on the heart, you'll quite see that one of the talks is called Integrating Nature into the City. But I am so happy that the previous speaker, and he's taken away, in fact, most of the things. But the good thing is, why are you saying nature in the city? Because that framing itself means nature is separate. So what has happened is, unconsciously we have started viewing nature as raw material. कि भाई क्या करना है? क्या करना है? Nature as raw material. How do I fit nature so that economy में fit हो जाए? That's the central problem. We are trying to see how do I shape nature so that it fits into the economy. And without realizing what is happening today, you have started saying, how do I shape myself, my societies, so that it fits into the economy. So यही तो problem है. Economy, nature, आप जाके any other species से पूछिए, those are our imagination. Nobody owns nature. Sorry. Actually, nature owns us, remember? Prithvi Mata. हम शर्माते क्यों हैं? Right? We've always considered nature, and what it has done is it created a deep emotional separation. And then we can keep on doing whatever we want, but this emotional is very ground in our language. So may I propose something? I can even propose to VESCOA, क्योंकि bureaucracy में तो हम अगले 50 कि can we redefine our language of architecture so that we don't treat nature as a resource? Our traditional vocabulary always created, we called the rivers Mata. क्या problem है, right? It re-engages our. So the question is, because that reinforces our reality, and ये सब चीज़ों की फिर ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, because that first we separated ourselves and now we are figuring out how to do it superficially. So let's talk about evolving new metaphors and a new language. Actually, it's not a new language, it's the old language, but in our context. I would think it might sound non-architectural, but to me, this will solve 70% of our problems. Let's restore the right language, the right metaphors in how we communicate, because it not only influences architecture, it influences culture. And as we said, architects don't own nature. Nature belongs to everyone. We are nature. So this is very important, and I would think there should be a project. So I also want to provoke projects that we can do. There should be a new curriculum redesign. कि हमारे curriculum में, हमारी practice में, the expressions at least that we are using in India, we are going to build so many smart cities. अब जो आपकी vocabulary है, your relation to nature will be as it was earlier, based on our connect. Because we never, Eastern civilizations were always part of nature. There was never a separation. You remember, before you do anything, we start with Bhumi Pujan. Forget the religious aspect. But uska essence tha that you are acknowledging that I acknowledge that is part of one system, and I apologize before I start. Kya problem hai? Why aren't the architects at least understanding the essence? Before you get your degree, why don't you get this pledge that I promise to restore what I destroy? Kya problem? It was always there, right? So many things I think have to do with what was already there. So what is to be done? So let us look at nature. When I show you these animals and this landscape, immediately you know where they belong, right? अब ये देखिए, कुछ कहने की ज़रूरत है. So what we have done is, एक तरफ तो we are creating architecture which belongs nowhere and belongs everywhere. And then we are saying, okay, how do we... The important thing in nature is, when we say it belongs, it has nothing to do with some right, but because those things don't need anybody's help. Those plants, animals can survive based on whatever is there on place. So that is truly sustainable. So why I'm saying, because the question is what is to be done. So let us decide what is to be done. Let nature decide what is to be done. And it should be based on, so it should emerge. So what is, if you see in nature, things emerge. They are not dictated. They emerge from context. And they are bioregional, place-based. How many of you are practicing architects? How? Sach batana. Our designs are client based, right? अगर client flight से अमेरिका से आए तो हो गया आपके डिज़ाइन की, या फिर उसने कोई मैगजीन पढ़ी है उसमें कुछ पेरिस का. See, we have to talk facts. कैसे चलेगा ऐसे, right? So what to do? And to the students, this is reality. I am not giving you mollycoddle. जिंदगी में तो यही हो रहा है, right? So how do you create systems which belong? And for my suggestion is that when you look at nature, actually nature is doing a much better job at designing cities, designing complex adaptive systems. Actually, a city is like a complex adaptive system. Holders हैं, बड़ी सारे functions हैं. But nature mein to, have you seen, every animal, plant actually is allowed to be what it wants, and yet it is integrated. In our cities, we exclude so many plants, animals, apne ko bhi hum. So at least the curiosity should be done, what are the design principles? So my suggestion is, to the question, what is to be done? The answer could be, what would the bioregion do here? Now, that's the smart question. देखिए, we shouldn't be afraid कि इसका आंसर कैसे आएगा, क्योंकि आंसर आर्किटेक्ट नहीं ला सकता. उसके लिए आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी टीम की, और वो करना पड़ेगा कि आपको इकोलॉजिस्ट के साथ बैठना पड़ेगा. एंड वंस यू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ द इको, तो फिर ऑब्जेक्टिविटी आ जाती है. बट ये ऑब्जेक्टिविटी इन्फोर्स कैसे करेगा? क्योंकि एज वी सेड के अभी जो हमारा सिस्टम है, किसी ने मास्टर प्लानिंग करी है कभी? किसी ने गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम किया अर्बन प्लानिंग? मैडम ये सही है कि नहीं? सो क्या है, एवरीबडी इज एक्सीलेंट बेस्ड ऑन सम एक्सटर्नल बेंचमार्क. अरे सर, ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम कुरीतिबा का देखा है. अरे सर, आपने वाटर सिस्टम यहाँ का देखा है. अब यहाँ क्या होना चाहिए और किस में होना चाहिए, वेयर डज दैट कम फ्रॉम? सो इतनी एक्सीलेंस है तो भाई इतनी प्रॉब्लम क्यों है, राइट? सो द क्वेश्चन इज, ये करंट चीज़ें, और एंड में याद आता है, अच्छा नेचर, चलो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस कर लेते हैं, राइट? सो सॉरी, आई एम बीइंग प्रोवोकेटिव हियर, बिकॉज ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. एक्चुअली नेचर शुड हैव बीन नंबर 1 एंड एवरीथिंग शुड हैव बीन इंटीग्रेटेड इनटू दैट फ्रेमवर्क. सो अगर आप देखें, दिस इज हैपनिंग प्राइमरली क्योंकि जो हमारी प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोसेस है, आर्किटेक्ट पीके दास टॉक्ड अबाउट एक्सक्लूजन. तो एक्सक्लूजन तो वहीं से शुरू हो जाती है ना. एक जने को मिलता है प्रोजेक्ट, बाकी सबको कहते हैं कि ऑडियंस में बैठो, काम नहीं है तुम्हारे पास. 150 crore of us. See, I am provoking you to think. Isn't there design opportunity? Should we rethink कि हमारे देश के लिए there could be ways where everybody could have. We are going to get, if I have time, we are going to get into those questions. So the thing is, there are only two things which I am just, which when we look at nature, सिर्फ 2 rules हैं, वो बहुत simple हैं, but they give us the right question. One is create conditions conducive to life. अगर ये हम अपनी डिग्री देते हुए सारे लोगों को तय करवा लें कि चाहे आप आर्किटेक्ट हो, चाहे आप बिजनेसमैन हो, चाहे आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, यू प्लेज कि आई विल क्रिएट कंडीशंस कंड्यूसिव फॉर लाइफ. लाइफ माने सारी लाइफ, नॉट जस्ट ह्यूमन लाइफ. तो ये सबसे पहला, ये यूनिवर्सल प्रिंसिपल. और दूसरा प्रिंसिपल, व्हाट वुड नेचर डू हियर, कि हर चीज़ में ये प्रश्न ज़रूर पूछेंगे. तो माई सजेशन हैज़ ऑलवेज बीन कि हर बोर्ड रूम में एक खाली कुर्सी होनी चाहिए चेयरमैन की, उस पर लिखा होना चाहिए नेचर, कि घूम फिर के आएगा भाई नेचर क्या करेगा. कम से कम इन रिचुअल से ही शुरू करो, कितना सक्सीड होगा, बट समवेयर आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ सोल्यूशंस, राइट? सो दीज आर फ्यू थिंग्स वेयर आई फील वी कैन डू. फिर अभी अगर आप प्रैक्टिसिंग आर्किटेक्ट से पूछें, सच्ची बात तो है, आई डोंट थिंक आर्किटेक्ट्स रियली डिसाइड मच. आर्किटेक्ट्स और काफ़ी कुछ करते हैं, बट इवेंचुअली क्लाइंट डिसाइड करता है या कमिटी डिसाइड करती है, राइट? सो देयर इज अ बिग अमाउंट ऑफ आर्बिट्रेरीनेस. There's a big amount of arbitrariness and it's prone to errors, and that's the reason we are in the chaos. और अब जब हम जानते हैं जो हम जानते हैं, should we change it? That might require policy changes. So policy changes अभी क्या है? अभी ऐसे मिलता है प्रोजेक्ट, फिर हम कहते हैं कि भाई इन पार्टिसिपेशन कैसे होगी? भाई आपका सिस्टम ही है, एक जने को मिल गया. In nature everybody participates. Are there systems? Yes. Just go and see. अब there are planning on the go. These are ways where everybody can be roped in as the need comes. You can't have one winner takes all. That's a redundant system, right? But the thing is, first we have to acknowledge कि भाई इस system की वजह से problem आ रही है. और ऐसा नहीं कि solutions नहीं है, इतने सारे creative लोग बैठे हैं, solutions तो आएंगे, but questions नहीं है ना. तो एक तो ये question. और जब इनकी वजह से we are operating in a system of scarcity and fear. If you really see everybody in architecture especially, salaries नहीं है, fear है, scarce, ऐसे कैसे अच्छा बनेगा? You know, there should be a sense of abundance and hope. So if we create systems, and these can be done, there is so much to be done. I am challenging you that it's up to you. Think like nature, it can be done, but we have to ask the right questions. So my view is that at policy level, we should make the owner as the bioregion. Second owner human रहेगा. That means we say कि भैया what would nature you तो mandatory है. चाहे आप हार्वर्ड से पढ़ के आए हो, चाहे आपके पास 15 लाख करोड़ हो, doesn't matter. The owner is the bioregion. Next comes the human needs. So वो mandate हो जाएगा and that has to be validated. उसके लिए जैसे bylaws हैं, ecological performance standards and biological information systems can be put in. All these things can be put in. They are very easy. I don't have too much time to get into. बस ये कर दिया, I think आपकी 70% problem तो solve ही हो जाएगी. So now the point is how to get it done. अरे भाई इतनी तो बन चुकी हैं cities, अब nature को add कहाँ करें? Who owns the space? जगह कहाँ है, right? So that's where biomimicry can come in, because biomimicry says that you just don't have to add nature, but you can also start seeing that how does nature function, and you can start saying that जो functions हैं, till we find a natural solution, we can start replacing that function. For example, अगर dust capture कर रहा है tree, तो मेरे building के surfaces क्या capture कर सकते हैं? क्या मेरी building oxygen generate कर सकती है? कि जो life support services हैं, क्योंकि let's be pragmatic, nature works with what it has. It's not a jump कि यहाँ से यहाँ पहुँच गए, तो जो है उसी के साथ काम करेंगे. So the question is, how do we adapt and evolve with what we have? अभी तो यही है, right? So that means thinking how can each build structure has possibilities, and can buildings start functioning like trees? This could be a project. This could be a course. I think these should be the courses in India. So not only nature, but the functions of nature. So looking at nature functionally, for example, if you start saying that can I create a city which performs like the forest? It is not necessarily the forest, but performs like the forest. So these are called ecological performance standards. And what they do is you start looking at nature as your mentor, your model, and your measure. And you start seeing what are the various services nature is doing. So if it is collecting water, doing solar gain, building soil, carbon sequestration, water filtration. So ये सारी चीज़ें क्या मेरी building भी कर सकती है? शायद ना भी कर सके. But the fact is, you can start replacing this, because it's not always possible to introduce true nature. But you can start creating conditions for nature to happen. So imagine you have a brief like this, that कल आप फैक्ट्री बना रहे हो, आपकी फैक्ट्री प्यूरिफाई करेगी एयर को, पॉलिनेट करेगी, ये सारे काम करेगी. इमेजिन माई ड्रीम इज वन डे when you put a factory in a village, there will be a celebration, not because jobs are here, because वो कहेंगे factory is coming here, today I will have better air, better water, more wildlife, better food. That's what a built structure should be. Because we have the technology, today we need the imagination. So these are certain ecological performance standards which we can build bioregionally. And the same thing can apply to a neighborhood. हर neighborhood को भी तो ऐसे target दिए सकते हैं कि हर neighborhood भी ऐसा perform करे. So what it would mean के like architect Das was also saying that at every level, right from an individual to a neighborhood to a district to a city, और हर जने को participate करना चाहिए. You know why just the architect? At an individual level भी if they have things to do, कि भाई what can I do so that my house improves? What can the neighborhood do? What can the district do? So these are actually, if we have time, I would love for you guys to think about कि क्या कर सकते हैं. These could be new courses, new curriculums. Existing घर को या existing गाँव को कैसे intervene करके आप more functioning like a forest बना सकते हैं with minimum resources but better ideas. Why not? हमारे पास उतने रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, हमें करना भी नहीं कि हर चीज़ को तोड़ के नया बनाया जाए. तो कैसे इवॉल्व कर सकते हैं? कम से कम सोचना तो शुरू कर सकते हैं, राइट? सो फॉर कंट्रीज लाइक आर्स विच आर हिस्टोरिकल सिविलाइजेशन, देयर इज अ बिग नीड टू ऑल्सो अडेप्ट एंड इवॉल्व. वी कैन नॉट जस्ट बिल्ड न्यू. एंड पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ ऑल, एज वी सेड, कलेक्टिव्स. So what I am suggesting, we could look at new curriculums and practices for adapting evolving existing habitats, and we should also integrate an oath, universal oath, that everybody who participates in the economy has to create conditions conducive for life. And this requires a little loosening of our boundaries. ये अकेले के बस का काम नहीं है. So we have to see कि how do we collaborate. And to collaborate, a little bit of coaching is required. So systems thinking, system integration, थोड़ा सा हर कोर्स में, I think it's okay. We all have to learn. भाई देखो बाहर जाके तो आपको काम करना ही पड़ेगा. If you meet a real architect who's designing a hospital, आप उनसे पूछिए. And 90% of the time तो मैं stakeholders को manage कर रहा हूँ. भाई टर्निंग रेशो क्या है, स्ट्रेचर का, स्टेरलाइज्ड एयर कहाँ से, there are so many things. So these are certain things which I would like you to leave with. And I would say, if nothing, if we can adopt this thing, कि answer हो ना हो, we can say what would nature do here. That would keep us at least coherent and in adapting, in at least making sure कि हम सही जा रहे हैं कि नहीं. Okay. So thank you. I don't think we have time for questions, but I always thank all my teachers, and in my teachers I include all life, not just the human teachers. Okay, thank you.
In our cities with actionable strategies and practices beyond theories, and set us all thinking about how we could implement your ideas in our designs. We now welcome to stage the last speaker of this segment, architect Sugata Hingorani from Delhi. Sugata Hingorani is a landscape architect and a co-founding partner in Oasis Designs, which is a multidisciplinary firm of architects, urban designers, and landscape architects. Her firm has been engaged in various scales of projects ranging from the planning new TOD townships, smart cities, streetscapes, public landscapes and plazas, in addition to the regular private commissions. Her work integrates sustainable urban design concepts into integrating vibrant public realms in ecologically sensitive urban spaces. Retrofitting best practices into our existing cities is the focus area of her work. This includes creating better last-mile connectivity options in the form of pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, opting for more sustainable landscape-based solutions for storm and wastewater management, and finally, looking at all the public realm of our cities holistically so that they become more active, interactive, and work towards sorting some of the problems faced by our current cities. Without no further ado, we welcome Sugata Hingorani. Please take the stage. How that works? Yeah.
Hello everybody. Thank you VESCOA for inviting me, especially to Urmila. I'm really looking forward to this presentation because this is like new stock and I'm not showing my work. So it'll be interesting. So when they gave me the topic, learning from nature, I found it very interesting because that is something which I have been doing for some time. And if I look at, this is like a little personal journey that I've just put it across, that I had a linear life till a certain point around 2015, but then there was a rupture or a crack or whatever you call it. I think all of us go through these midlife crises and all. So I also went through that personally as well as in family and whatever. So through those times, dark times, something also happened to me. I became, a slightly different kind of a person, a little more curious kind of a person. So I would say that in retrospect, it has been good for me. And as I said, I became very curious. So I don't know, I was trying to just find answers and where should I find answers. And luckily with the Google Babas and, YouTubes and all, you can find, a lot of these. So I started kind of following threads of in philosophy, in psychology, in history, in neuroscience, in plants. Then the COVID thing happened and then it was more in what I did was I used to follow these threads. So these threads would kind of lead me to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And then I realized that these threads have been there in our, ancient culture and whatever also. So threads are very important. And another thing that you also understand, when you start picking up threads, then you realize that everything is linked to everything. So, so this is kind of what I will talk about. So starting with a thread, the first exploration I would start is, a lot of people talked about, do you know what are the trees around your house or whatever around your office. So these are some trees around my office. I've been, this thread of noticing trees is something that I have been doing. This is right in front of my office. There is this grove of trees, but the land underneath is absolutely flat because a lot of people come and visit it. But if you go to the biodiversity park very close again to my office, you see these liana climbers. So this is more of a no-go kind of a zone, So like then I was very much clued onto also seasons and how flowers come after the flowers, when the the seeds come in, the bamboo keeps on growing huge during monsoon time and everything. It's not moving. So there were two groves of trees that I was following. One was cirrus. So this is like, not grove, just a line of cirrus. So they had these mulch and all below this. It's not moving. So as the seasons went by, what happened to this cirrus, the golden pods come in. Yeah. Next, yeah. So one day, what happened? The sun was kind of directly coming onto the cirrus leaves, and actually it turned golden, and it was very interesting for me to see. But then when I looked at this, like these two cirrus next, I saw after a few days one was not there, so it just fell after the this thing, storm or something. Next. So I tried to look into the roots of the trees and what happened, like how did it fall? It was such a huge tree. Next. So it was around, like I counted the rings, it was like around 13 years old or so. I was like, my God, it was really, because I've been following them, so it was like my baby kind of, So next. There was another grove. It's a very simple park. There's like one line of cirrus and one line of neem. And this neem trees is something which, like, it is as if this whole grove of trees does something to me. Next. So again, following the seasons, the flowers. Next. Under the neem trees, these things keep on following, and they create kind of a mulch. So you really don't have to do anything. And right now it's fruiting. The neem has very interesting branching pattern, and it's so layered. No? So as you look up, you can see layers upon layers upon layers of branches. Next. So just. As I was doing all the this thing, then Urmila, when she told me to learn about, to talk about learning from nature, I thought that what all I've been thinking about, I'll try to put it into, what I have understood out of whatever I was looking at. As we know, fractals are the quantum laws of nature, which, like small or big, it kind of replicates itself at various scales. So, and you can see fractals in the hills, you can see it in the valleys, so it's just branching at different levels. You can see it in the lightning, you can see it in our brain neurons, the snowflakes. And if you want to kind of calculate the coastline, if you just want to calculate it on Google Earth, you'll just calculate it like this. But if you actually want to calculate it, you will not be able to, because the length will keep on increasing. So the next principle of nature is feedback loops. So we know about this thermostat and everything, feedback loop. So like AC, thermostat, everything kind of is managed through the thermostat, and it switches off the compressor and everything. And our atmosphere also works like that. And our food systems also work like that. So that is negative feedback loop. But the positive feedback loop is something which kind of continues and you don't realize. And this is what is happening. So right now, the Anthropocene that we are kind of facing is, we are in a feedback loop, positive feedback loop. So just to list out what is negative, so basically, negative feedback loop creates self-organization, self-correcting balance. There has to be a low-level randomness to adapt to change, very important. Positive feedback creates systems which are rigid, chaotic, and there is always an extinction event that happens. So generally, negative feedback loops are made out of complex systems. It's not simple. So these are the various eras through which our we have gone through from this thing. Now we are in Anthropocene. Before that, we were in Holocene. Now, what happened is that around 11,000 years ago, agriculture came in, and before that, there was not much carbon in the air. But after Industrial Revolution, the carbon became a lot in the air. So just to look at what we were burning. So we were burning carbon. And what is carbon? Carbon is a fossil fuel. Now, fossil fuel is basically our trees and plants which got, sedimented inside the ground and converted into coal in the terrestrial regions, and in water it converted to oil. So if you look at what is happening, the way we are burning the fossil fuel, the climate change is happening in patches. There are the coastal areas which are getting affected, and so it is not that the Anthropocene is happening at a regular level, and each area will have its own challenges. So the fossil fuel actually was formed during the Devonian period when there were no fungus to basically break down the trees and everything. But after that, the Carboniferous period came in, and they could break down rather, all the wood and all the things. So the fungus can actually break down rocks also, and eventually we have soil. So we know that the soil comes from all of the rotted food that comes in. So soil is the key, because soil has the biggest amount of carbon trap. Now, because we are burning the fossil fuel, the carbon is all going in the air. So like we never consider soil to be anything, but actually the idea is to, really respect soil so that we understand that it. So in terms of the carbon, right now we are burning fossil fuels, but after the renewable energy has come in, still we are burning. So it's the consumption has increased. So we as humans have not really changed our ways, you can say. So this is the paradox that is happening. So the third point in this quantum thinking is interlinked community. Even Prashant talked about it. So there is this whole, last 15, 20 years, there's been a lot of research in biology and everything that is happening. And there's a big research on this mycelial networks under the ground. So those are fungal networks which connect the tree's root to each other like that. And it's called the wood wide web. So these are all actual pictures of how it looks. So those networks have hyphae coming out, and they also store masses of carbon around. So like not just the trees and the roots, but also the fungus. And sometimes some fungus actually gets so entangled with the plant, it is as if like, you know, they are all the time together. There is this lady called Susan Simard who talks about mother trees. So when there is like a community of trees, so you have like a group of trees, and there the mother tree is actually looking at how much mineral, water, everything will go to the other trees, if they will survive and all of those things. So the fungal network is actually the network which is helping for the different items to go to the other trees. So if we look at that you have a family of tree, you have a community of tree, but then when you do compensatory planting or industrial wood forestry where it is more like a plantation and there are no hierarchies in terms of age, in terms of different type of varieties. Now, how does that work? It's a provocative question, as Prashant was trying to provoke, even I am trying to provoke. So it's basically, we don't know. This is right. I'm not talking about going to the oceans or something. This is right under our ground. There's so much of things happening. We don't know because fungus don't care that we know or don't know. So this is like the biggest fungal network which has been found out in Oregon, which is 10 square kilometers big. So just to give a comparison of those networks, and this is our brain network, very similar. So we say that we are the top of the food chain and everything. So this is the food chain. And now to locate ourselves, where are the humans located? Each breath that we take in 50,000 microbes, in and out, in and out. We are made of 37 trillion cells, and we have 100 trillion alien cells inside our body. So how can we say we are individuals? We are a community. We ourselves, not just one person, is a community of cells of different types. And it's also, we always look at our brain as a brain. But actually, our brain is not just here. Our brain is here. Our brain is here. This is real science. I'm not like... So we have a very strong heart brain. Heart brain, I mean, a nervous system of the heart, gut brain, nervous system. So that is the reason why, I think Prashant was talking about it, that everything that we look at is, everything that we feel in the world is embodied. We are embodied beings. Our language is embodied. Our, so George Lakoff is a linguist. So he talks about how, a person perceives space, the image schema, then how he perceives a bigger scale, space, process schema, then lots of schema to form a frame, all of those things. So we cannot look at what we only see through our eyes, but to look at the entire environment. Now, this is real. Follow your heart, trust your gut. We have been told that this is all nonsense, but this is real. Heart is the organ of perception, and basically another thing that heart is a human oscillator. What it does is it projects the energy field beyond. So I can shape my energy field and send it to you guys, and you can feel it. Prashant was asking how can change happen. Hopefully all of our energy fields changes you and you change more people. So that is something which we have known. So as young students, I urge you to look at any space, look at anything from the eye of the heart, because it is real. And you will feel some sort of a transcendence happening then. Between the space and you, between, like if you enter a room where you know a lot of people, if you feel happy. If you don't know, then you get those kind of vibes. Those vibes are real, not just like. So, fourth point, all life on earth is sentient. Sentience means, in a way, agency, intelligence. You can say trees are talking, as I told you, mother trees, and these are the real networks, like again, part of the whole. There's a huge lot of people doing research on this. Bacteria, we say, is like nothing, but they are the ones who can do horizontal gene transfer. We can't. If I want curly hair and tomorrow, then I can't get it, but bacteria can. So, a caterpillar, which is a terrestrial, can go on to become a butterfly, which is like completely different kind of this thing. These are experiments with slime molds, which they've done, where through various experiments, the slime molds managed to mimic the subway system of Tokyo. So these are like real things. I don't know, mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and I'm sure the kids must have heard about them. Magic mushrooms, ayahuasca. So these are psychedelics. So these psychedelics were used by like shamans and even during the Vedic period and all, like which kind of alter your mind state and you become maybe closer to nature. So mushrooms have that kind of power. And there was this movie which is called, a series, Last of Us, where mushrooms actually went inside the body and kind of changed it. So actually there is a zombie fungi which actually does that. It goes into the ant and changes the structure and everything. So then talking about collective intelligence, swarm, these are school of fish. The migratory birds, man, what they do, how much they travel from one place to another. Next. So there is this thing called uplift. Uplift, which is like basically they can they can sense the temperature, and according to that they can change the route and everything. And they go across the oceans via the monsoon winds or not. So very, very subtle ways of knowing the world. And of course, we know about the starling murmurations. Shapes in nature, I think, again, like efficiency is like the name of the game. Next. These are some shapes, and even the habitat. This is ants' habitats and how they cool the places and everything. So to learn from nature is something like, when I did a deep dive, I kept on going inside like that. So this is like similar anthill. Then I have some more slides. If you don't want to see, can I continue? Huh? I'll just quickly go through the rest. So again, like just to show the intelligence of ants. So this is a leaf cutter ant, the network that it makes this is in Brazil. And this is Rohtak, around Rohtak. Very similar. There's this plant called lichen, which is basically a fungi and this thing. Fungi and algae, bacteria all together. This is garam masala, lichen. Actually, matsutake mushrooms heal the land. Fukushima plant. Lichens have gone to space and to Arctic. Next. 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 So just how does this reflect in the cities if you follow the golden string, and how the forces which build the city through transit. Next. It's not going. I'm wasting time on this, no? So how cities are fractals, basically, and even a kind of a grid city are basically fractals because they can be changed and adapt. Next. And they've grown over time. Next. So what matters is relationship, scale, flexibility to grow and replicate. And this is Jaipur, which was there before and after. New York. Super block. So again, like the grid of Barcelona and New York has that fungibility ratio which it can grow. And relationship is very important. Next. Again, one of the polars could be this thing. So when did all of this change? Again, Industrial Revolution. Next. What Prashant was also saying, we became cut off. Where did that cut off? So there was a cut off in our internal world. And that started reflecting in the external world. So then we started making these kind of patterns, silos. We are still making, this is Javar. So we have to kind of look at cities in totality, in larger scale, small scale, and kind of figure. And also that we matter. Whatever decision that we take matters. We do control nothing, but we influence everything. So we should move towards restorative cities.
Bringing to the table a palette of ideas to churn and take ahead. Let us now move on to our most awaited segment, the panel discussion. We have with us a panel of speakers from the session Learning with Nature, architect Damian Tang, who will join us virtually, architect Prashant Dhawan, architect Sugata Hingorani, architect Ruchi, and architect Nikita, moderated by landscape architect Urmila Rajadhyaksha. I would request the volunteers to set up the stage. I shall introduce to you landscape architect Urmila Rajadhyaksha, who will be moderating the session. She graduated in architecture from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and went to do her master's in landscape architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi in 1990. Her work for the front garden of the Prince of Wales Museum, Mumbai, has been awarded by an honorable mention at the 2010 UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for Cultural Heritage, Conservation. She has worked on developing an interpretive forest park in Nasik and initiatives in greening rural housing policy as the UNDP consultant for the state of Maharashtra. She has been equally active in ISOLA, the National Society of Landscape Architects in India, and is presently serving as the honorary president of ISOLA. She founded and headed the first master's program in landscape architecture in Mumbai from 2016 to 2022 and is presently heading the Master of Architecture Landscape program at Vivekanand Institute Society's College of Architecture, VESCO. All the panelists, please join on stage.
Hello, Damian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Just a minute, we have some echo problem. Is it because all the mics are on together? That it's big. Is there still the echo problem? So should you keep one mic and we pass one mic around or something? What do we do for that? Okay.
It's working. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me properly? Any echo now? There is slight. Yeah, is it better now?
It's fine.
Damian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And the audience,
Very
can you
good.
hear me well without any echo? Okay, thank you so much. So before I move to the panelists, I think we had a very unexpected post-lunch session. Does the audience agree with me? I hope the audience has not gone to sleep with the unexpected session. Students, I hear no responses from you. That's better. Louder too. Huh? So Damian, you've been with us for your sessions. You probably haven't heard what the others have said. But somehow the learning from nature ended up being something like a personal quest, which was answered for each one of the panelists, including you. So whether it was the students who presented what they understood about learning from nature, or whether it was all three of our other panelists, each one had their own personal journey, mirrored a little bit into what they did as their profession, and that's the way it went. So in terms of the discussion today, I'm expecting a lot of questions from our audience, and I hope they're coming. And I'm going to keep my questions few. So maybe I could start here with the students. You began the session and you spoke about your personal quest of what you saw in nature. So after hearing from the professionals, do you think there was something that was parallel there? Do you think you could find echoes of what you have begun now there? Or do you think, no, this is not where we are going? No, you're not audible.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible now?
No.
Audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, there are a lot of parallels, especially when Prashant sir was talking. We could, when we spoke about how the interconnectedness is, and it's not something that happens at a very superficial level. It's very intrinsic, and it's all more of a circular system that is in place. So I think we could recognize that a lot in his conversation, and also in ma'am's when she spoke about how the bacterium comes into play, to form a much larger ecosystem as a wholesome entity. So definitely yes.
Yes, ma'am, definitely yes, because I could relate to their talks much more now, maybe a year earlier than now. I could relate to ma'am's sessions, whatever we discussed in our studios, that was exactly as seen in her session. Also, what questions sir asked was quite relevant. So this kind of questions we get continuously asked in our studios from our faculties. So I could relate to the sessions very well. Only the scale differ. Maybe we are just entering into the field and we got a much bigger idea from their professional talks.
Okay. Damian, my next question is to you. So when one of our speakers, Prashant Dhawan, was presenting, he put forth a query that it's quite possible that we are not using the right metaphors. Maybe we are not asking the right questions. And to some extent, I think that came from you as well. Because after a long career with National NParks Board, the questions that you moved to, the circularity and the regenerative cities, were kind of looping back on what you had done earlier. So would you like to put a few words on that?
Well, yes. First of all, I think you're right about asking the right questions. In fact, in students' work, and also in professional works, what is important is not just quick dive into answers or even just to seek the right down to what we are looking for by asking the right questions. Because sometimes when we put questions that is just trying to understand the very superficial side of things, we often miss the root cause or even the fundamentals of some of the issues that we are actually asking. So what we should be looking out for is really, sometimes we have a lot of solutions out there. Okay, let's say climate change. And the solutions are, and because of these solutions, we tend to say that, okay, it can be solved this way or it can be solved that way. And even in students' work, when we actually look at, students talking about, okay, how can we create a problem statement, about, how to so-called help this city or this village to overcome, say, flooding issues or even sea rising issues and so on. So the questions are very common now. The questions that we ask have been so common that we tend to look back into these common solutions. Now, at the beginning of my presentation, I actually talked about reframing the way we ask certain questions and the way we look at certain problems. Because if we don't reframe a question, we will get back the same answers. And sometimes some of these answers cannot solve what is present, and sometimes it has evolved. So by reframing allows us to come from a different perspective, to come from a different way of thinking. So of course I can't pinpoint any questions right now because it's so broad. But the problem is really how then can we look at things that we can learn back from nature. You see, in Singapore, I just to share this, in Singapore, we have moved very quickly. In fact, in a lot of some of those cities, even China, we have moved very quickly. But you realize that, we start to come back to nature-based solutions because we have moved so fast, and then we realize we have made certain mistakes. And then we have to come back to alter some of these mistakes and make it natural again, or have the nature-based solutions. So being too quick in getting a solution just because we want productivity, we want to solve things, will only get us to certain solutions being resolved or certain problems being resolved. But we have to look at long term. And this long term speaks for many different areas, from social to environmental. Sometimes economic is tend to be the one that is pressurizing us to find quick fix solutions. So I think to answer your questions in a very quick, summarized way, is really reframing the issues that we have, the challenges, and look at it from a new eye, from a new perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Damian. So my next question is actually both to Sugata and to Prashant. Somewhere when you were presenting, I felt that there was something which was a personal point of arrest, something which made you think a little differently from what you were doing all these while, the linear journey that you spoke of, Sugata. And while Prashant didn't expressly put it that way, I felt that it kind of stemmed from that point. So would you like to put in a few words for that?
So, am I audible?
Yeah, I think you need to hold it like that.
Yeah, so actually I have spent a fair bit of time in mainstream architecture, and I did spend time in actually as an employee of an organization participating in urban planning decision making. I was involved in helping a city come up with the RFP, go through appointing master plan. So I had certain real life, and I think all of us who are practitioners would know that those slides spoke a truth, a brutal truth. So I thought it's high time, 2025, let's talk about the issues. So my personal journey was a lived experience, and that's what changed my perspective, because also I was feeling a resigned acceptance. कि भाई, it is like this only. And that is something which I feel we should fight, because today we have the technology, we have the youth. What we need is a new imagination. And and with imagination comes some mentor, and mentor is nature. So it was okay, let me take a little risk. I would generally not say things, but there is something known as an inner knowing. as you grow, you find the words. But when I found biomimicry, I felt I had inner knowing. I didn't know how to express it, how to build curriculum. So that has been my kind of.
It's called daimon. You have like a guide, which when you kind of find the place, it's from Plato's time. When you kind of find the place, that daimon tells you you are in the right place. Yeah. Sorry, should I?
Do that.
So, for me, I think it happened much later. The rupture happened much earlier. Maybe that's why he moved to different directions. For me, in a way, it's good that it happened later because I was majorly through into the landscape profession. And then this thing happened that it was not making sense. So I became very curious. But I used to find the discourse in architecture very dry. So I moved towards literature, to philosophy, to psychology. And I realized there's so much of wealth in humanities. I think you were talking about humanities. And I started reading poetry, books. William Blake has talked so much about it. And our own, the Islamic tradition, Henri Corbin, he talks about imaginal cities. So I found resonance in that. So, and as I said, like I just used to keep on following my threads, and it used to make me go through the journey, which I felt something is kind of guiding me to take that journey. So I just followed the thread. So I think all of you should also just, and another thing, small thing, you have to be relevant to today's time, whatever you do. It's a very difficult thing for young people, even my kids are similar age as yours, young people, that what will I do? What is my path? Because we don't know what is the profession of architecture. So you have to be relevant to solve some of the problems that we are facing today, and with knowledge, not with just going blind into something. So again, going with nature. We have for long we have gone against nature, and we have reached here.
So I think what you're saying is that we take responsibility for what's happening around and use the knowledge that we have to look into that.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we've been running on a tight schedule, and I'd like to open up the questions to the audience, particularly the students who are here or anybody who is there. This is a request that when you ask a question, please introduce yourself, and also if you're addressing it to a particular person on the panel, please name that person. Any kind of question it can be. If you don't ask it now, you could miss the chance.
Hi, my name is Samir Sheikh. My question is for Prashant. I was hoping to see a lot more of biomimicry in your presentation, but you had a slide or two on biomimicry. I would like to hear a bit more on how biomimicry and nature and the city connect, or how can biomimicry play a role for architects and urban designers to bring nature into the city.
Yeah, so thanks Samir, for asking this question. Actually, to be quite honest, whatever I showed in the slide was my now understanding after 9 years of doing biomimicry of the principles of nature. And since I had 20 minutes, I wanted to directly take up issues, because often biomimicry is considered exotic biology, and often people go out with a feel-good factor but without knowing, okay, so what do I do with it? So I thought, let me take this opportunity to, so that is one. Now, to your direct question, so if we were to look at urban design and use biomimicry, so we can approach it at 3 levels. One is form-based, process-based, and system-based. So wherever we are dealing, I mean, this is a bit reductionist, but to be able to connect to what we are doing, how do we determine what kind of forms belong to that place? What kind of processes belong to that place? Now, these processes could be water management, could be how soil is made, how oxygen is created. So what are the bioregional processes? What are the bioregional forms? And what are the bioregional systems and subsystems? And this is not rocket science. The beauty of it is that today we have the technology to integrate these things, but we are all in a silo. So we are in an architecture college. This guy is in an ecology college, but if we start talking to each other, so I feel there's a huge opportunity to mimic the way the ecosystem works in terms of form, processes, and systems, and then apply it when we design our cities. And that gives, number one, an objective parameter, where the decision is not left to somebody who was on power that day or somebody. We have some objective parameters, and then we can say, कि भाई ये gap है. Maybe I don't have the money today, but gap तो है. So we understand कि city को जाना कहाँ है. अभी तो we are driving. So that's my humble view, Sameer. I hope.
Yeah. For example, if you have SUDs or water-sensitive urban design, that becomes a part of the process.
Mike.
Yeah, sorry. So for example, SUDs, what do you call it? Sustainable urban drainage system, which follows the natural way water sort of drains off, or water-sensitive urban design. Those become, for example, the processes of biomimicry.
Yes, but I would just make a small thing here. I would say possibly. In nature, you will find everything is customized to the place. There is no universal situation, cookie cutter solution कि भाई ये इधर काम कर रहा है तो इधर भी करेगा. Everything has to be based on what will, even site specific. यहाँ पे ये पौधा कैसा होगा, right? You know, so I didn't get time to speak on the ecological performance standard. So they are actually site specific. It's not one solution. Generally, because of scale, what we are doing, this has worked there, so this will also. No. This process has worked there. Will it work here? What adaptations we need to do? So we will call it, like in biological thing, we'll call it phenotypical adaptation. So वो same पेड़ फर्क तरीके से होगा जहाँ हवा है, और so there is a phenotypical variation to design. So all these things actually in a biomimicry course, one can understand a lot needs to be done. I think an architect should know it. And I mean, at a system level, so there is a lot.
Right.
So like nature would not make anything in a master plan. Nature has no master plan. Nature grows. Self-sufficient छोटे-छोटे neighborhoods बनाएगा. और अगर सिचुएशन बदल होगी तो स्टेबल भी रहेगा. हमारा तो सिस्टम ही कोलैप्स हो जाता है ना. एक मास्टर प्लान बना दिया, नेचर में ऐसा नहीं, आप धीरे धीरे उठते हैं, सिचुएशन बदल जाती है, बदल जाते हैं. सो एक्चुअली अ लॉट ऑफ दिस थ्योरी एग्जिस्ट, but we need the resources, we need the platform to develop and take this forward.
So actually, I think you mean nature evolves. There are many models that happen. Some succeed, some don't.
Yes, it adapts and
it adapts.
And it also grows.
Yeah.
So growth is different from assembly.
Correct.
Assembly means कि सब कुछ अलग-अलग बन गया है.
Put it together.
Put it together. If it doesn't come together, then everything goes. But when you grow, you are creating self-sufficiency. So it's modular. Every cell, otherwise why would nature waste? Every cell has a nucleus, mitochondria. It has a boundary. It has all. So it is self-contained. It has the ability that tomorrow, if the system doesn't want to grow, we'll still be stable. Our cities, you've made housing, office complex is not there. Government changes, sab kharab. What about if it was self-sufficient? So these are certain design principles which we can take from nature. Actually, a lot of these things exist. We have a module called life principles, and those life principles can be interpreted, and I think should be interpreted in urban design. This needs much longer conversation.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I realized.
Exactly.
It can
So
go
in
deeper
fact,
and
in
deeper.
landscape,
Yeah.
we have something called landscape performance, which is case specific. And how you go about it, we have a body called the Landscape Architecture Foundation in the US, which has already some time back issued a guidebook on this. And to some extent, these are the things that what we call our Bible, but it's not just ours. The Design with Nature book in 1969 spoke about.
There's a lot of good literature. I wish we had taken forward Jan. There is also the couple, Nancy and John taught, the Alchemy Institute. Also, our own indigenous wisdom.
Absolutely.
There is so much to be integrated. So, permaculture is basically, to a great extent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Becomes of that, exactly.
Can I just say, anything industrial based. Basically, industrial is kind of without thinking, you just do mono. Everything like plantation mono, agriculture mono. So what happens is during COVID time, there was, if you remember, there was a fungus, Candida auris, which came into the hospitals. That was basically because you use too much of fungicides on the fields, and they found a place somehow where you have low immunity patients which can come in. So it's kind of linked. So you whatever you do, you have to have that vision that if you're using so much of fungicide, then it's going to affect, cause and effect will happen. You don't know how it and when, how, whatever. So if you do something along nature, then it will not happen in such a negative way. But what I think Samir was talking about, if I may just, I think he was asking you, how can we scale up? Anna?
Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, my question
Application,
is a bit simpler. I mean, I was just asking that how can biomimicry, sort of...
Application.
Yeah, and I got my answer. And also I realized that, it's a much more deeper sort of solution. But at the same time, for Damian also, just to include him in the discussion, when we talk about, you talked about neurobiology and then biomimicry, and then there was this nature within us. There's so many aspects, right? And then there is this technology aspect, which is AI, right? And then you have this joint thing of genetic intelligence, or genetics and AI coming together.
Regenerative, yeah.
Right? So will that have an effect on cities?
You have to take decisions.
I think he wants Damian to answer.
Yeah. Damian, for...
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think you're asking that, how would that evolve in the, 10, 20 years, 50 years? Are you asking like that in terms of the...
Yes. It's about
Okay,
the future.
I don't have a magic ball or magic crystal, but of course I can say that with AI, more information can be processed. And at the same time, is how we use those information. Now, people have used AI wrongly to design, just throw things and ask them to design. Actually, that is more for reference. You want to design, you actually use it to process data, and you design based on how we understand the systems. And of course, even AI, whatever they can give you, the system that they have are all existing. Now, you have to be able to learn how to synthesize, or at least throw in new models to let it synthesize for you. And as human beings, we then make our own decisions and also, our hypotheses of things. So a lot of people may think that, AI can replace human beings. Yes, in some occupation, yes, it has done so, but those are simple tasks that is automated. Now we have to understand, how are we not able to automate certain things or certain thinking in the AI. So of course, not just talking about technology ourselves, about regenerative and all those, is exactly because the research and also the development and the learnings and how we have all improved over time. So more and more, we can find more solutions to complex problems. At the same time, more complex problems will also surface, because now we have the capability to even uncover more mysteries in that sense. So it will always be a circle of discovery. And I can only say that we have to evolve as well, because what we are talking about now is the current issues and also what we can see in the next 5 to 10 or 20 years. When we reach that 5 or 20 years, maybe new issues will even come, and something that is more devastating, or maybe things that we have resolved and start to be better, we don't know. So I can only say that, what we know now, what we don't know is what we try to resolve at the best we can. So there's no simple answers, because as we know, we keep moving. Even AI, in simplest term, look at AI as the computer back in the 1950s. If someone in the 1950s to say you need it's computer that will help to rule the world, you will be thinking, what is that? And if you don't use AutoCAD or even computer now, you can't even run a project as simple as that. So it will be just as the same sort of way that I'm saying this is like treat AI as a tool. Of course, it's a more powerful tool, just like you have a more powerful software. It's how you use it. The rest of some of this creativity and things and synthesizing, you would have to do it yourself, or at least see how you evolve again. Yeah.
All right.
I'm not sure if I answer your questions, but it's a question of evolution that I can't answer you very clearly.
No, thanks, Damian. Thanks, Prashant and Sujata. Thanks.
So I think we call it a day here, unless we have a question. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Sanika, and I'm a student of 5th year. So my question was that natural systems evolve over geological and evolutionary timescales. So how can we use these systems to apply such systems to the rapidly changing and often short-term planning horizons of cities?
Do you want each of the panelists to take it, or do you want one particular panelist to answer?
I would ask Damian sir to answer it.
Damian, that's your question.
Sorry, okay, I need to understand clearly when you talk about the time scale. Okay, can you help me understand your time scale that you're referring to, and then how you want to overlay over the questions that I want to answer?
Like the natural systems over the evolution of Earth, basically. Like how the systems have evolved from the starting.
Okay, this is, I would say this is a complex issue. I'm trying to shrink it within the time frame and also the parameters that you're telling me. You see, the evolutions of history and nature, of course, we all know. Now, but imagine that this is one layer and we map another layer of human interventions and we pressed it together. And this is where you start to see how climate impact crisis starts to occur, because as we start to become clever, smarter, we start to do more things. As we do more things, we extract more things. And of course, there is this curve that always, like the earth, the evolution of nature goes up and then now starting to come down, the depletion. Whether human, will always goes up in that way, it depends. It depends whether we can resolve the challenges, the climate crisis, but we know that the climate crisis and the so-called the lifespan of the earth is going down, and this is why we have all the disasters and everything that's happening. So if you're going to ask me, how are we going to manage this relationship between this timeline, it is really, again, it is a question of evolution, because whether you can manage timeline, probably in certain areas, probably we have answers in certain areas and we don't have answers in others. And unfortunately, the world is driven by economy, okay? So it really depends on how the economy or the money people or the money world start to shift. Because if not, it is the people like you and me trying to fight so hard, but whether they are the politicians or the business people or the economic war that is happening will start depleting based on the rate of depletion, based on how we fight so hard. We have to see whose curve is higher or whose rate of success is faster. So it's very hard to predict. I don't have the crystal ball, it is really, I'm also not sure I can answer you this question fully, because when you actually put timeline and everything have different timeline, here we are not comparing apple to apple. We are just very quickly assuming certain co-relationship, coexistence of things that one that has already started to die, and the other we become aware. And even in all the United Nations and some of these talks about the Paris Agreement, are we even doing enough and fast enough to actually overcome it? So it looks like the news have been and everywhere has been saying that we are not doing enough. So I frankly I don't know the answer in 30 years time, 50 years time, which country or whether the world can come together and all of us can meet the target of 2050 timeline. Yeah, that's a question to be answered. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
We have one more question over there. Somebody raised a hand.
So good afternoon everyone. Myself Shubham Gupta. I am a 5th year student. So my question is to the Prashant sir. Sir, what are the outcomes of a successful ecological urbanism approach?
Well, I wouldn't dare to say that I have the answer, but I would think a system which is creating conditions conducive for life, that means all life, not just human life, that is a universal principle which in biomimicry we call as the unifying principle. And the second would be which behaves like the bioregional forest. So to me, these two parameters at a very broad level would be good mentors or benchmarks, that the system is creating conditions conducive for life, not doing anything which impairs a condition which is not going to be conducive for life. And secondly, it behaves like the bioregional forest, which was supposed to be there or which is there. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, sir.
It's not on, I think.
Hello, my name is Harshad Bhatia. I think, Damian, you said that the lifespan of the earth is reducing. I don't think that's correct. I think we are seeing climate change. Our lifespan may be increasing, but we are no longer going to be as young as what we were. So the earth will remain, we may not. I just have one more question for you, Damian, and also Prashant and Sugata, and obviously the students. Prashant, you said that we need to learn from nature, and I think that's so apt. What AI is doing is it's learning from us. And I think whatever we put out there, AI is picking up, is obviously doing it faster than what we would do with our minds. But if we learn that what AI is doing with us, then I think at some point of time we'll be able to convince the powers that be that we need to learn from nature. Otherwise, I think even policies will not help us survive. I think we need to really start from somewhere where we look at the new technology helping us to pass the message across.
I would be in complete agreement with you. In fact, if I was given power for one day, I would make AI go through a course of biomimicry and put life principles as its constitution and create conditions conducive to life as a non-negotiable veto power for AI.
Nikita, you want to say something? Yeah.
So all three of you have given us a very creative vision on your own works. So I want to know from all three of you that how you balance clients' need with your own creative vision.
You don't.
Can I say?
Yeah, please.
So I did not show you my work today, but we manage very well. What we do is just a segue to the question which was for Prashant, I think, that how do we acknowledge nature in our cities, and how as we need nature. Nature does not need us. So we have to kind of, as designers, we have to bring people towards nature. So our Coimbatore project was, a movement towards that direction, that now in Coimbatore that we have done, people go for walks, and the regenerative ecology out there, people take photographs of the little insects and everything. So earlier they did not have that possibility. So it's like creating that like thread of connect between people of the city to nature. So we have to understand, obviously, as per the context of any city, like we are working in Guwahati now, the riverfront is the context. How we make the people kind of connect to the riverfront. So once we are kind of closer to nature, then only. When we are in our cars in the big arterial streets, and in Mumbai, for example, we don't care. When I came from the airport to here, I was sleeping. I did not care because I knew I would be in traffic. But if you have something really exciting, like in Singapore, Damian knows, when we go from the airport to the city, those rain trees itself form that whole image of the city, and that gives you that green city feel kind of a thing. So connecting visually, psychologically, physiologically with nature is something we need. Yes.
So I think we end the session here. Thank you so much, all of you panelists. Damian, you from Singapore, students, Sugata and Prashant, for having taken your time out to be with us.
Yeah, thank you to all the panelists for a very engaging session. Thank you, Architect Damian. It was nice of you to take out time and join the forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We now kindly request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, to come forward and felicitate our guests. Architect Prashant Dhawan. Architect Sugata Hingorani. Architect Nikita. Architect Ruchi Kapoor.
Are we going to put the screen for
photographs too? How do we give it?
No, with the photograph we can take it.
Damian, if you have a method,
is it still online?
How through AI we can give you a plant?
Thank you.
We can all have a group photograph with the Architect Damian.
Moderator. Madam.
The seed of thought to consciously bring in equilibrium with nature in our cities has been watered and nourished through our talks and dialogues throughout the day. I'm sure it will strengthen the roots and bear fruits with the continued sessions tomorrow. We invite you all tomorrow for the second day of the conclave and join us with continued enthusiasm and numbers. Thank you. Thank you, Architect Damian, for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.